Good afternoon. Welcome to the Board of Adjustment. It's 1:30. We've got a quorum. Sarah's here, so we can start. We call the meeting to order. First item is going to be the minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes for June 6, 2024.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. All right, they're approved. Cindy, you want to cover?
To request by
Continuance.
staff or applicant, we have item number 24, case number 15634. We're deferring till July 18th as staff's going to work with the applicant to turn this into a zoning application.
Is there anyone here on that one? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the continuous requests and withdrawals as read.
Second.
A motion and a second. Cast your votes. All right, that one's continued. Is there any applicant here who wants to request a continuance on their matter?
Contestant, not an applicant. I don't know if it's permissible to request a continuance as to docket number 18 on behalf of protestant. I'm also happy to take it up when we reach that item on the docket, but I didn't want to waive any opportunity to be heard on a request for a continuance.
Was there a letter on this one that asked for a continuance? Okay, it's in the packet. So let's just take it up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There's no consent docket. Cindy, you can call the first one, please.
We have item number 1, case number 15578, is a request of David Box on behalf of 50 Penn Building LLC for a variance to parking requirements in the C3 district located at 5100 North Pennsylvania Avenue.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. The applicant is actually a combination of the owner of the Red Carpet Car Wash that was recently acquired. The person that owns that is the same person that is developing the Oak development to the west of Penn, as well as the 50 Penn Place office tower. What we're seeking here today is a variance to the parking requirements. If you think about the traditional high-rise office towers, most of them are downtown. Most of them are downtown, and you have a zero parking requirement in downtown Oklahoma City. The massive number of parking spaces required under the code because of where we're located is simply excessive. So we've deferred this to come up with a specified number of parking spaces that we believe works for all future development that could occur on this site. And that number is 252. Frankly, even at 252, we are probably overparked, but all operators and owners are convinced that that is the appropriate number. Most of the time, if you drive by there, you will see the surface parking is mostly empty. There's also garage spaces. Now, if you drive by right now, you might think that 50 Penn Place is fairly full. What's happening is all of the construction companies that are working on the Oak are actually ground leasing space during the pendency of construction. So we are confident that the 252 number is the appropriate number. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments from the board?
Just one question. Do you know what the number is by code?
We don't. So it's a difficult task because it's really use dependent, right? And so it would depend on if 50 Penn Place was full, is it a restaurant, is it retail, or is it office? And so it's dependent on the type of user. We know that the number of spaces we have is significantly more than 252, perhaps by a couple hundred. But I can't answer the question because 150 Penn Place isn't fully built out, and it's a use-specific question.
Anything else from the board? And I don't have anybody signed up to speak on this one. Is there anybody who wants to address the board on this application?
The property owner of 50 Penn, the tower, and the red carpet, they're all in agreement 252 is the number they want.
Yeah, so that's why we deferred it. There was a significant amount of time spent with all the various representatives to ensure we arrived at that very specific number. And I mean, as you know, these people are not in a position of gambling on underparking themselves.
Anything else? I guess we're ready for a motion.
No one was here to speak on it?
Nobody signed up. All right.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve case number 15578 on the basis that it meets the statutory requirement for a variance.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
Did it go through? Okay.
I thought I voted.
Item number 2, case number 15633 is a request of Merritt Baker on behalf of Sean Lisenberry for a variance to lot requirements for a mobile home in the R1 Family Residential District located at 4902 South Post Road.
Hello, my name is Merritt Baker, and my address is 1709 Huntington Avenue. We are here again applying for a variance of the 5-acre lot size requirement. The plan after our last meeting was to amend our application, and we had lots of correspondence back and forth with the permitting and the zoning departments. And in the amount of time that we had, we did not yet arrive at a definitive solution to amend our application yet. We think that the most feasible route might be to go for a medical hardship variance, but our question for this meeting would be whether a medical hardship variance could be obtained with the properties remaining on separate lots. So this is something we'd like to at least discuss today with the board and answer any other questions that you all may have.
Questions, comments from the board?
I think that question that you asked is something that staff would have to answer for us. You're on 2 acres?
There are 5 acres total. My mother's house sits on 3 acres, mine sits on the other 2 acres.
Okay.
I actually did not receive the letter from her doctor until last night. I've made hard copies if anybody does want them. If not, I understand they would have to be submitted online. My question is, due to the mortgage that is already in place and trying to right a wrong that was done, not trying to cause anybody trouble, but for the medical hardship to be able to help take care of her and take care of that property and satisfy the mortgage company also, could I get the medical hardship on just the 2 acres, or would I have to put it back together as 5?
Let me take a stab at it. I think to get the medical hardship, it has to be 2 homes on the same property.
Okay.
And we've got 1 home on 2 acres and 1 home on 3 acres. That's the law according to Voorhees.
That's my understanding also, so.
Okay. So I don't think we're in a position today
Right.
to change this to a medical hardship, given the configuration of the 2 separate pieces of property.
No, we're asking for a continuance to possibly amend our application, get everything in order to submit the letter from the doctor.
Okay.
Okay, Sarah, if you'd read.
Sarah Welch, Planning Department. So just for any other zoning geeks out there, I'm looking at Chapter 59, Section 9350.43. One of the conditions of approval for the manufactured mobile home residential hardship is that the principal, let's see, I'm sorry, hold on. Only one manufactured mobile home shall be allowed accessory to a permanent single-family detached residential structure. And then I have several others I can go into if you'd like, but that would tell me that you'd have to all be on the same parcel.
There it is. Did we not discuss that, though, a couple meetings back, that you guys were going to seek whether or not you can undo the lot split that was granted?
Right now with the mortgage company, no, I can't. I can, at this point, either ask a continuance, go into them with greater detail on the medical hardship, hope they let me put it back together, because that's changing the value of the property.
Right, but if you put the 2 acres back with the 3 acres and maybe have some sort of amended mortgage that includes the greater 5 acres, I think that if I'm a mortgage company, you almost have more security for that mortgage, where just because there's more value there. I mean, obviously, I believe your mother owns the other 3 acres, right?
Correct.
She would probably have to sign off on something like that, but under the circumstances, it seems to me like a viable solution for that.
And that's what I'm working towards. I'm still waiting to hear back from the mortgage. I'm still working with the mortgage company on
Whether or
making
not,
this work.
okay.
Does your mother have a mortgage on her property?
No, she does not. It is free and clear.
And forgive me if we went over this the last time, but do you have, what is the term on your mortgage for the home on the 2 acres?
The term, it's a 25-year mortgage.
So I think my issue, what I'm concerned about is I don't have high hopes that he's going to get a lender to agree to put that back together. I certainly think, yeah, it doesn't hurt to ask, but just from my knowledge of how the industry would work, I don't know. At the very least, I would think that they would require it to be refinanced, which is, you know, you're going to have additional costs, and that's if they even agree to it. So we could certainly continue it and just, you know, try the Hail Mary pass to see if it works. But I don't think that a mortgage company is going to be likely to just amend the legal description that they have on file. Admittedly, even though it would increase it and add an additional structure, which should only strengthen their position, but a lot of them have very rigid rules and they either fit in the box or they don't, so.
It sounds to me either they refinance or get a different mortgage company to finance the whole 5 acres. I mean, I think there's, and to pay off the one that you currently have. I think there are some possible options. Obviously, I believe you're looking into them, but to me, those are the routes that I would be, the route that I would be going is looking to see whether or not they'll refinance or just get a brand new mortgage covering the 5.
Before we take up the request for a continuance, I've got one person signed up on this one, Roger Dodd. Okay, come on up.
So I even have a problem with,
State your
oh,
name.
sorry, Roger Dodd from 4701 South Post Road. So we own the property basically, you know, just to the north across the street from this property. So even if it goes with a hardship, and I'm trying to, you know, be a reasonable neighbor for one, but if he goes to a medical hardship, right, that trailer can't be out there in front, and it would only be for a certain amount of time. And so he's going to put himself, the city would be allowing him to put himself in more financial hardship than he's already gotten himself into by doing, let's say, a 3-year let him park it there for 3 years, then what are we gonna do? Okay? So one of the things his lawyer states is there's mobile homes down the streets. Those have been there since the 1960s. And that is precisely why that R1 puts this in it, right? That you can't be putting mobile homes on anything less than 5 acres. They've been there since the 60s. They're empty, they're full of junk, and nobody does it, the city can't make them remove them, okay? So I don't see that a continuance is a good solution for his problem. I feel for him that he made the decisions that he made, but I also, the rules are the rules. He should have went to the city first, got the permits that were requested, and then showed up, because they would have told him no. Then he could have came to the board and you'd said, no, you can't do that. You need to go get 5 acres, okay? So that's why heart-wise, I'm like, I feel sorry for this person for making the decisions that they made. We all make decisions in life, but that would just be extending that pain. 3 years from now, he's gonna be back in here going, can I leave my trailer here 3 more years? Okay? In which that's gonna impact everybody in that area, because there's a lot of very expensive homes along that, not only Post Road, but the additions that are off of Post Road are anywhere from $300,000 to $800,000. Okay, so it's not like it's far, out in the country. This is urban city limit, right in the city, pretty much at this point. Okay, so that's my opposition. All right, and I could read my whole spiel, but if we're going to try to go to the hardship, that's my thing with the hardship, is you still got those problems coming up. Is that true? Sorry.
Could I ask one question? Would I not be allowed to apply for the medical hardship every 3 years as long as the hardship is still there? Until, as morbid as it is, the day my mother dies?
You could, you'd have to be granted the hardship, but yeah, you could. Sarah?
Sorry, Sarah Welch, Planning Department again. So just to kind of piggyback a little bit on what was just mentioned, correct, the time that the board would be allowed to approve a medical hardship if they qualified would be 1 to 3 years. But as just previously stated, if we were here trying to decide a medical hardship today, we'd be having a conversation about how the manufactured home is supposed to be the one that's accessory to the primary, and it is supposed to be located behind the front wall of the primary structure. And in this particular case, the medical hardship, I'm assuming it would be mom that would be qualifying for that. And so then your medical hardship, we'd be deciding whether or not, which one is primary and who qualifies for the hardship. And again, the temporary structure is supposed to be behind the front wall of the primary. So that's not a path that staff has suggested.
Okay, Mr. Dodd was the only one who signed up to speak on this application. I've got several protests. Your written protest is in the packet. Is there anybody else who wants to speak on this one? Because we're about to decide on a continuance. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'll speak.
Name and address, please.
Yes.
Go ahead.
James Hester, 4712 South Post. I own the 10 acres just north. I'll speak in opposition of variance. It seems like we have a variance whack-a-mole. The game at the state fair, something pops up, you hit it, and then there's something else. The first variance was at 2 acres. I believe one of the board members said something to the effect that you'd be setting precedents if you allowed that variance. Yes, we understand that the restrictions for the mobile home on less than 5 acres is there to keep from property value decreasing around that structure, and that's why we're here. We're here to protect our property. We do feel sorry for him. There seems like some predatory practices by the mobile home manufacturer or the salesman. There's no way they didn't know that there were restrictions for 5 acres. So somebody that they know is putting on 2 acres. The other is the combination of the 3 back into 2. So now we have 5 acres, and now we have to give a variance for 2 structures on 5 acres. Then there's the medical. They are wanting another variance, or, hey, if this doesn't work, then let's try this.
I'm trying to avoid.
Oh, wait a minute, address the
No.
board.
I'm
No.
done. You can vote no. I'm done.
Okay. We got a request for a continuance. Do you want to push the continuance?
We would still like a continuance if the board
Okay.
will consider it.
Okay.
Before we vote on the continuance, I want to make sure I understand from staff. If we grant a continuance to explore the opportunity of a medical hardship, we're still going to, I say we, maybe you all, are still going to be tasked with possibly adding an additional variance to it that would allow the secondary structure to be set in front of the primary structure? So if we saw that this variance come back, it would be a variance for medical hardship as well as a variance for the secondary to be, okay, I understand.
Okay.
Need a date. A date.
We just have one meeting in July, and it's July 18th.
That's available.
Okay, I think that'll be good, yeah.
Okay, we got a request for a continuance to July 18. Couple of objections to the continuance. Anything else from the board? I think we're ready for a motion.
And that application would have to be turned in with all the documentation to even be at that meeting for medical hardship.
Is
Because
there
it
a
has to be
certain,
noticed properly.
oh, is there a certain number of days in advance of the meeting, like a deadline to have it amended?
Well, we have to notice 20 days prior to the meeting, so that's next week.
Oh. Well, thank you for bringing that up. Maybe then we may need to go to the next one.
What's our first August?
Sarah, the calendar's on that screen.
August 1st.
August 1st? August 1st.
Okay. Okay. So if I understand, the request is a continuance to August 1.
Yes, sir.
Will the new board member be seated?
Should be next
Yes.
meeting, yes.
So I'm out that day.
Okay.
So is Roberta.
Okay. Ready for a motion?
Motion to continue case number 15633 to the August 1st, 2024 meeting.
Okay, motion and a second to continue to August 1. Cast your votes. All right, we'll see you August 1.
Thank you.
Item number 3, case number 15648 is an application of special exception of Alyssa D. Floyd to allow home sharing located at 3413 Northwest 21st Street.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Tawny Kerr. I'm here representing Alyssa Floyd in terms of getting a home sharing license for her residential property. Representing her today, she is active military, currently stationed overseas. I'm also active military. I worked with her. We were both stationed at Tinker together. So I have been helping her get her property all set up and transitioned. So we are looking to get our licensing all squared away. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a couple questions. There's two addresses, 3413, 3415.
No, sir, it's just 3413.
Okay. Is there two dwellings?
Yes, sir, there's a small pavilion in the back, but we will all together.
So there's an ADU in the back.
Excuse me?
There's an ADU in the back.
Yes, sir.
That has kitchen.
No, sir, it's just a
Just
like
beds.
studio with a bed
Okay.
and a bathroom. Mhm.
Okay. So the main house has how many bedrooms?
3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom.
And then the ADU is one?
Yes, sir.
Is there a property manager?
I am doing it temporarily. I'll be PCSing to Alaska here in the fall, so.
What do beds look like in the 3 rooms in the main office or main house, and then the additional dwelling?
The bed, sir?
Yes.
There's just 1 queen bed in each of the rooms and then 1 queen bed in the additional dwelling unit.
So you have a total of 4 queen beds then.
Correct, yes, sir. And then 1 couch is a additional sleeping space.
How many bathrooms are in the home?
1 in the main house and then 1 in the additional unit.
I would like to reduce the number of guests from
Okay.
10 to 8
Okay,
to match the number of bedrooms. I'd also like to make an adjustment to the application to put a maximum of 4 cars
okay.
and no on-street parking.
No, on-street?
Right. I believe you could put all those cars in that driveway for sure.
For the parking, I think it'd be a little tight for 4. I think comfortably 3 could
Okay.
fit in there. I don't know if you guys would consider just in front of the house, in front of her lawn, an additional parking space.
We can leave it at a maximum of 4 cars then?
Okay.
I mean, there is some protests on it.
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody signed up?
Nobody signed
Nobody signed
up,
up
but
to
there are
speak.
2 protests in my packet.
Do you have
seen-
those?
I do have those,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And just reach out to those homeowners so they have your contact.
Absolutely.
Okay. Nobody signed up to speak on this one. Does anybody want to address the board on this application? Okay. Anything else from the board? Think we're ready for a motion?
Only thing I can see is I'm not sure what the requested length was, and being your first application, our standard practice has become to only do a 1-year exception
Okay.
to assess how that first year goes, and then we'll see you back here in a year.
Okay.
Anything
To be
else?
clear, the application process just next year would need to reapply if going through the same process.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Ready for a motion?
ready.
Okay. Motion to approve case number 15648 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications to the application. Maximum number of guests shall be 8, maximum number of vehicles shall be 4, and for a term of 1 year.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so cast your vote. I didn't see a voting panel. We had a motion and a second. You want to do a voice vote?
Oh, so it flipped. I didn't see it.
Okay, I didn't see it. I'm good. I think you're approved.
Okay. Thank you guys so much for your time. Have a good one.
Item number 4, case number 15656, a renewal application of Billy J. Hamilton to allow home sharing at 917 Northwest 48th Street.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Billy Hamilton. I am the owner of the property at 917 Northwest 48th Street, and I am here to seek a renewal for the special exception that was approved last year.
Anything from the board?
Just a couple of things. The application, or the original license expired in December of
Correct.
2023. And how many bedrooms are there?
There are 2 bedrooms, and there's a furnished loft that also has a sofa bed.
How many bathrooms? 1?
Just 1, yes.
I'd like to amend the application to just 5 guests maximum.
I'm okay with that, yes.
I'd like to make the quiet hours 9 PM to
Okay.
8 AM, or 10 AM he has, but a maximum number of vehicles, 3.
I'm sorry?
A maximum number of vehicles to be 3,
That's correct.
and then no on-street parking.
Correct.
I think the only question I have is for staff. Is there a certain grace period for which to apply for a renewal?
There's not an actual posted one, right? But it takes about 2 months to get the application through.
45 days, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're pushing
just-
at 6 years since it,
Yeah,
or
6
6
months.
months since it expired.
So
or
my
7.
recommendation would be another 1 year.
I'm just recording when they got their license and when it expired. You can make your own recommendation on your term
Okay.
based on that, but
I definitely want to encourage
Prompt renewal.
proper renewal.
Does the board have any other questions? Nobody signed up to speak on this one. Is there anybody that wants to address the board on this application? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion then.
Okay, and for quiet hours, I think we're going to go from 10 to 8. I think that's what we
9 to 8.
normally do. You want
Is it?
not? Yeah, 10 to 8.
Okay, 10 to 8 is fine.
Okay. And again, normally, if applications or renewal applications are filed within, or timely, and not 7 months, you would get a 3-year when you come back.
Okay.
So I would definitely encourage you to stay on top of that next year. So motion to approve case number 15656 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for special exceptions with the following modifications to the application. Maximum number of guests shall be 5, quiet hours from 10 PM to 8 AM. Maximum number of vehicles is 3, and for a term of 1 year.
No on-street.
And no on-street parking?
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. You're approved.
All right, thank you.
item number 5, case 5657, a renewal application of Chris Cooper of Team Realty Investments to allow home sharing, 3304 Rock Creek Road.
Good afternoon, Chris Cooper. In a similar situation with the past person, that this does say a renewal, but I bought this home from someone that had an application. When I understood the process, I realized it had been expired as well. So it says renewal, but I was treating this as a new application for myself. I think you already have the information on the property. Circle Drive there, 4 cars fit comfortably, and then there's literally spots for 2 to 3 more as it goes back down the side of the house.
It's a 4-bedroom home.
It's a 4-bedroom home. There's 9 beds. There's a 4-bedroom. There's a large office that was downstairs, kind of a formal living that was converted, and then upstairs with a king size bed. I mean, it's a full, it's a king size bed. Then upstairs there was a game room that's 300 square feet that now has a big screen TV and has 2 queen sofa beds. So there's the space is like 6 bedrooms. It's a 4-bedroom home, but we have 2 kings, 3 queens, 4 fulls because 1 bedroom has full over full, and then 2 queen sofa beds.
So strictly with beds, you've got a total of 6 beds?
None, well,
That's what it sounded like, yeah.
Right.
And then sofa beds.
5 beds, and then 2 full over full bunk beds,
Okay,
and 2 queen sleeper sofas.
okay. How many bathrooms?
3.5.
And no one signed up to speak?
Nobody
No-
signed
No
up?
written protests?
Anybody want to address the board on this application?
I do remember when this did come through the first time, there was quite a bit of opposition to the
And I've-
original owner.
I've made good friends with the neighbors that they're.
Sounds
most
that
of-
way.
Since we've taken over, I actually managed it the last few months, and then I was here last month doing this for a new property and realized the process. And so, I'm friends with the neighbors, and they provide about 1/3 of the guests that stay there from Quail Creek neighbors that need a place to stay. I would like it to be 12. I mean, it was 10 before, but we've added 3 queen-size beds or a king and 2 queens since the previous owners had it.
Well, I'd like it to be 8, so we'll meet.
I think the only modifications that I see are 1 year and quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. because your quiet hours are kind of open-ended. You've already got no on-street parking, and are you limiting, you say 5 vehicles can park in the driveway, are you saying that there's maximum number of vehicles at 5?
Well, I'm saying 7 can park there, but we can make it whatever you want it to be.
I want to put a maximum
It's like I
on
said,
it.
it's got a big circle drive, that's the length of the width of the whole property, plus it goes back behind the house too.
It's just, it has a swimming pool. I know you say no parties, it's just something that, to protect against no parties for the neighbors.
Sure.
I'll put a maximum number of vehicles.
That's fine.
You want 4 or 5?
Fortunately, there's only 3 houses, and I own the other one, which is the next one we're talking about, and it backs up to Hefner Road, so it's quite loud. There's a lot of ambient noise there anyway, but I have sound monitoring systems in the house. We don't allow parties, so that's not a problem.
Anything else? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion then.
Motion to approve case number 15657 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the requested special exceptions with the following modifications. Quiet hours are from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. Maximum number of vehicles shall be 5 and for a term of 1 year.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Cast your votes. And you're approved.
Item number 6, case number 15658 is an application of Chris Cooper of Team Realty to allow home sharing located at 3308 Rock Creek Road.
Thank you. This home is next door. It's a 2,100 square foot home. We have converted the 400 square foot garage into into a really nice man cave. The 3 primary bedrooms have king size beds. All 3 have king size beds, and the same situation in this bonus space. We have 2 queen sofa beds. That part, as you can see there, you can literally have. I don't need to. There's been, when we took over, there's been 7 cars parked there because it's 60 feet deep, so you can park 3 deep and 3 wide at the front. I don't need 7 vehicles, obviously, but the request that we have, the only thing I didn't, I guess, put on there was the number of vehicles, and I would like to approve 4 vehicles.
How many bathrooms are in this location?
2.5.
4 cars.
No on-street parking.
No on-street parking. Kind of the same thing. I'm 1 year, 4 cars, quiet hours, no on-street parking, or those changes that I can see as far as amendments.
And would it be fair to make the quiet hours the same as the house next door, 10 to 8?
Yeah, 10-8.
Perfect, thank you.
Nobody signed up to speak. Does anybody want to address the board on this one? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion then.
Motion to approve case number 15658 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirement for the requested special exceptions with the following modifications. It will be for a term of 1 year. Maximum number of vehicles shall be 4, quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m., and no on-street parking.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. And you're approved.
Thank you, Board.
Item number 7, case number 15659 is a renewal. John View to allow home sharing located at 704 Northwest 27th Street.
Hi, my name is John Vu, 912 Northwest 25th Street, and I'm here to seek for my home sharing license.
Okay. Okay, there's one protest in the packet. Did you see that?
I did not.
And I've just got the one. Is that all? Okay. Here, you can have this one.
It's a 2-bedroom,
Yes, sir.
1 bath,
Yes, 1.5 bath.
1.5 bath.
And since I've made this application, the maximum number of guests it's 4 now instead of 5.
How about a maximum number of vehicles? 2?
2.
And then quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m.?
Yes, correct.
Nobody signed up to speak. Is there anybody want to address the board on this one? Okay. Anything else? Yes, wait a minute.
Another renewal that's out of time. I don't know if we want to try to set some sort of policy for that, because I realize that item number 9 is also, but that one's more recent. So I'm almost, for me personally, I don't know if I want to grant a 3-year.
No, right, I think 1 year on this one too, but were you the original owner?
Yes, I am.
And filed the original application?
Yes.
And just missed coming
Yes, and
back?
then we had to go to HP this time as well, so I guess that was...
Took a little longer?
Yeah, some information finding, so I guess that was new.
You had to go to HP
Because it's
this
in
time
HP,
around
it has to
every
go
time?
through.
Yeah.
When was that application?
So I was in their meeting, I think it was a couple weeks ago, but the applicant, I don't recall. It was towards the end of the expiration date when I sent in the app.
Do you have to go to HP every year, or is it based off of our special exception?
It's based off the, yeah.
The license. So
Mhm. So I guess that was something new that was added.
But you made that application around February to HP?
It was around March.
I personally don't think this is as egregious if there's a requirement to go through HP first, so I'm okay with doing the 3-year on something like this, but I do agree with you that maybe we need to discuss a threshold.
What was the reason why you didn't get it turned in earlier?
I think it was just oversight on my part, didn't realize the process with HP. I assumed it was a simple renewal process.
I want to try to stay consistent because item number 9 is also out of time, but also has HP. Right, so I don't know if we want to kind of have a discussion as a board after the fact, but, you know, I'm good either
I
way.
mean, you turn in the application, it meets the agenda HP in 2 weeks or 4 weeks at the most likely. Again, I just think it's far enough out that he'd probably take a 1 year.
That's fine. Okay. Now I know the process.
Nobody signed up to speak. Does anybody want to address the board on this application? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion then.
Motion to approve case number 15659 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the requested special exceptions with the following modifications. 4, maximum gas, quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m., 2-car maximum, no on-street parking for a term of 1 year.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, so cast your votes. You're approved.
Thank you.
Item number 8, case number 15660 is this application of Nisha Bailey and Keith Rogers to allow home sharing at 6820 Northwest 118th Street.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Rogers. My address is 9010 North Hassett, in the city, 73131. Requesting a renewal application for home sharing.
This one is a renewal. I didn't read that.
It's a 4-bedroom home?
Yes, 4-bedroom, 4.5 bath.
I actually got a couple of phone calls on this one. No one, I don't think there's any protest written,
And there's nobody signed up on this one.
but they did have complaints. There was parties there, there was cars parked all the way around the cul-de-sac in front of people's mailboxes. So what I want to do to the application is make an amendment to the number of cars,
Okay.
maximum number of cars, and no on-street parking.
Okay, I don't know enough
It's got a
facts.
huge driveway.
Huh?
It's got a huge driveway, so it could take
Yeah,
5 cars
that's
easy.
why, I mean, that's my point is, I mean, without even trying, you can put 8 cars, 1 in the garage, 7 in the driveway. So I do want to point
That
out,
just shows you how many people were at your property
well,
having a pool party. And during the day, I mean, it is what it is. I'm just telling you that I got
my
phone calls
point
from the neighbors.
I want to bring up is the neighbors around us have parties, so it's really hard to say if it's us or if it's our neighbors. I mean, it's comical, the number of cars you see out there sometimes. So I don't know, I can't point a finger to where, whose cars these are, so I don't know.
Yep. And all you can do is what you can
Right,
do.
right, I can
And-
police
and
it.
I totally understand that,
Yeah.
but again, with that said, I'd like to limit the maximum number of vehicles
Yeah, that's fine.
to what the driveway can handle and no on-street parking. You don't have quiet hours listed, I don't think. I want to put that into the record.
How many cars did you say? 4 or 5?
I'm sorry?
Cars, 6. It's a big driveway.
That's, yeah,
Yeah.
easily. I mean, that's
You have
comfortably.
a maximum number of guests of 8. I think maximum number of cars of 6 is plenty.
And it is a renewal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, nobody signed up to speak on this application. Does anybody want to address the board? Okay. Guess we're ready for a motion.
Motion to approve case number 15660 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the requested special exceptions with the following modifications. This will be for a term of 3 years, quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m., no on-street parking, and maximum of 6 cars.
Second.
Motion is second. Cast your vote. You're approved.
Thank you.
Is a renewal application of Sontrana BE Rentals LLC to allow home sharing located at 4520 Northwest 30th Street.
Home sharing.
And I want to say that the next 13 applications belong to the same applicant, and there's a lot of protests on various ones, and he wanted to present a PowerPoint kind of giving a description of his home sharing, but I'm not sure how you want to handle that because they're all combined.
I do have one question. Item number 22 is the last home sharing, independent home sharing. Are we available to hear that before we listen to the next 13?
Or what I was going to suggest was that any of the protesters that wanted to protest the applicant, his processes, rather than just this address, be allowed to speak before we start hearing the case, number 9.
I'm okay with
So
that if
basically
everybody
it's
else is.
Yeah, I'm just
Or-
looking at it. I
Or
realize
item number 22,
it's a new application.
it is a new application. It does have some protest, and there are people
Does have
here.
protests on that one also?
Yep.
I believe we have people signed up to speak on that.
Yeah, we do.
All right, just want to make sure.
So are we going with application number 22? Are we starting at 9?
I think we're starting at 9.
Let's do
Okay.
9.
Yeah, because application number 22 isn't under my purview. That's not my property. That's
I
not-
understand, but if
okay.
there was no protests on that one, I figured that would be a couple minutes.
Understood.
And we may be here the rest of the day if it's going on.
I'm good to change that order also.
Okay.
You want to do 22 first?
Yeah. Unless they want to watch this.
Let's do 22 first.
Do 22 first?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll get to all yours in a minute. Let's see if we can clear out the folks on item number 22. Cindy, you want to call that one, please?
Okay, we're moving on to item number 22 as an application of special exception of Colette Neff on behalf of Made Over LLC to allow home sharing in the AA Agricultural District at 8601 Hilltop Lane.
Hello, I'm Colette Neff, Made Over 8601 Hilltop, and I'm trying to get a short-term rental home exemption.
All right, hang on just a minute. Let me get to my packet. Okay, are there any questions from the board?
Is this all under one address? So the number of bedrooms in the main cabin is 4, and then there's another cabin that has 2 bedrooms in it?
Yeah, so the main cabin has 3 bedrooms and a loft, so the loft is considered the 4th bed. And then the guest house has 2 bedrooms. It's 1 bath, but it has 2 showers in there.
What are the bed sizes?
So in the main cabin, the master has a king. Upstairs is a queen. And then there's 2 full-size beds in the 3rd bedroom and 2 twin beds in the loft. In the guest house, there is a king bed in 1 bedroom, a queen bed in the 2nd bedroom, and then a queen sofa in the living room. A queen sofa bed in the living room.
So you got 2 kings, 2 queens, 2 fulls, a queen sofa bed, and then was it a bunk bed up in the loft?
Twin.
A
2 twins.
Okay.
2 twin trundle bed in the loft.
Okay. And you're asking for 10, right?
She's asking for 16. So, just for me, I'd like to amend the application on the number of guests to 11
11 total?
total.
Are you able to do it to 12 with it having those 6 full bedrooms?
Yeah, you can get to 12 by pulling the trundle. It's just, so I can do that.
And how many bathrooms? You said there's 1 in the cabin, 2, but how many in the main?
3.5.
Question becomes how many vehicles?
Yeah, well,
Pretty
so
big.
you have 12 potential guests. I would think that's a maximum of 6 vehicles. Obviously, no on-street parking, but you can fit 6 in there easy.
You said with 12 guests? Can you bump up the vehicles?
To what?
I mean, we have,
I know you have plenty of room. I just don't want to see cars everywhere. And
yeah, I mean,
neither do your
we
neighbors.
even park, I mean, just with our family and our extended family, we're able to get 10 cars just in behind our gate.
When you're operating this as not as a home share, it's your property. You can do anything you want.
Okay.
I'm just asking why you're operating this as a home share. 7 vehicles.
For how many guests? 12? Vehicles for 12? Okay.
Quiet hours, are they listed?
Yep, 9 to 8.
Okay. Did anyone sign up to speak? I know there was a protest
Oh,
on
yeah,
this.
there's several protests, and I've got to let me take Penny George.
While Penny's coming up, I just want to go over things that we found in the building permit, just on the background of this home. So this was advertised, as 2 cabins for home share. This is AA agricultural, which is 1 dwelling per 5 acres. It was permitted in 2009 for a workshop that was, it says workshop only, not for residential or commercial use per building permit. The house permit in 2009 for 2,468 square foot, and then an accessory building, 600 square foot in 2009. So the second cabin, is that the original workshop that they probably had that was 1,900 square foot?
It has a workshop that's behind the cabin, so that we're not using that. We keep that locked up for our storage.
Okay.
So it does have a storage building behind the guest house that they use for a workshop. There's also a couple other buildings that we use for storage. And then there is a she shed that doesn't have any kitchen or bathroom that we do open it to allow guests to go into the she shed only.
is this she said the other cabin? Or is it's
No,
another structure?
It's just another structure that doesn't have any type of bath or kitchen area.
So we're
Workshop-
assuming
The
that-
workshop is behind the second cabin.
Right.
That we keep locked.
So we're assuming that the original permit was the home and the shop, and then another permit for the ADU?
For the accessory building of 600 square feet.
Yeah. So in the 600 square foot other cabin is the 2 bedrooms and 1 bath?
I believe it's 1,000 square feet.
Well, there wasn't any other building permits to complement the
So that-
second cabin.
That storage space is connected to the second house. You can't get to it once you're in there. You have to kind of go around and be able to get in there, and that door is the one that I'm seeing stays locked. That's a workshop. It was like that when we purchased it.
And these were from 2009, and there hasn't been any other building permits issued.
Okay. I'm still
We were
good
just
with
trying to complement, trying to find how the second cabin
was
was
permitted and then its use, and me too, and reading it and then looking at the property also.
So on that picture, currently there, we have a privacy fence that connects between the primary cabin and that second cabin. So towards the back of that guest house, to the right, that's the door for the workshop. You can't get to it from inside.
You say this was zoned agricultural, not R1?
No, AA.
Correct.
And it's 5 acres. So it can legally have 1 dwelling.
Right.
So the other cabin, as long as it's not, and maybe I'm wrong, but no kitchen.
But it advertises as fully equipped.
Right.
Yeah, the second one, it does, but I'm saying like.
It does
the
have a
oth-
kitchenette in it?
It does. Now, the other one, the other she shed area that I was saying, that
It
does not.
doesn't, okay.
And then there's like a structure in the back too that we use for storage.
When did you purchase the property?
Here,
This year?
and we closed in March.
Okay. So the prior owners may have built it without the appropriate permit? Is that
Well, what usually would happen, and I'll say this, but they built it appropriately, it got permitted, and then they
Yeah,
added
I know
the
they
kitchen.
permitted the.
So it's out
the
of
guest house.
compliance with the zoning. With that being said, I'll ask staff, I guess.
When
Should
I
we
pull
not
it in
consider
Realist, it shows single-family zoning, so.
Right.
I'm
So
not
should we-
sure why it's showing the agriculture.
Sarah's gonna,
It's AA. Huh.
Sarah Welch, Planning Department. So when we received the original application, this was not something that we realized was happening. It was only after the protest was received and the response to the protest that we understood that there may potentially be 2 dwellings. That would be more of a code enforcement check to see if there's a zoning violation. We can't make that call from here. But that code enforcement would already be looking into potential for home share being operated without a license and or special exception. And so then they would have to be the ones to verify the actual use of the property and whether there's a zoning violation. And if that's the case, then zoning would be required to, rezoning would have to would be required to.
bring the property to legal status.
And we were advised of some concerns from, of course, the protests.
Yeah, I
but,
read that.
You know, advertising, participant, where people were paying to have to come
Right,
in.
like an event center,
Yeah.
right? And it's not zoned for an event center either.
No, and I seen that. We're gonna make sure that it doesn't look that way as being an event center. It is for residential use.
And in,
Making sure no verbiage or anything like that indicates, or
Right.
anybody has the idea that it is an event center, because it is definitely residential, not to be used as an event center in a residential area.
I guess my question is going to be as to the second dwelling.
Should we consider it or should we not, as far as part of this application?
Right.
Since it's out of compliance.
And how difficult is it to get the appropriate permit at this point?
Pretty difficult. I mean, time-wise, it's time-consuming for sure, and
If it was zoned R1, would it be any different?
no. I mean, they still have to, they have an unpermitted ADU, so they'd have to get it permitted.
But then again, aren't we limited to one dwelling on an R1, even if it's a large lot?
5 acres, yeah.
Well, R1 is just,
You could get a
One
spud
or
and do it that
6,000.
way, so you can get it done, it's just a process.
I think I have a different approach to this, and that is just that I'm wondering, and council, this is more directed towards you, are we getting outside of our scope here? Because we don't do a thorough review of each one of these that come before us, and presumably, we would have approved cases that had at least some portion of them that were not in compliance. So unless you tell me otherwise, I don't really know that it's for us to determine whether or not the permitting was done properly as it pertains to the use of this second building.
I think you have a good point. If you look at your
If it was just
section
bedrooms, we'd include it.
1C, and it gives the ordinance, and at the very bottom of it, it says, "The use of a dwelling for such purpose must meet the use standards of section 9350.38." And that is your guide, as well as the ordinances that follow. And if it meets those guidelines as set forth in the ordinance, then that's a decision you could consider. If it doesn't meet some other requirements of the code, if you believe that there is a violation of the code, then that can be turned over to code enforcement, and they can go look at it and determine whether or not that is in fact the case. If you wanted to have all of that information before you made your decision, you could continue the matter. Code enforcement could go look at it and see if it's in violation. And then if it is not, then it would be just a regular case application that you consider for special exception.
So, for you, the applicant, in listening to that, you can make your own judgment on whether maybe you just want to do the home sharing in the main property today, get licensed, or we could continue it and you could run through that whole process.
Okay, are you saying you're not able to do both units because of zoning?
That's what I'm saying. And I don't know what, their thoughts are on that, but
I think a little bit differently, only because I'm trying to play this out through, I think this is a bit of a slippery slope if we start getting into.
Yeah, when we purchased it, it was 2 homes. So it wasn't ever brought to our attention, nor did they complain on previous owners for having 2 homes on one property.
Well, I'm strictly going off of council, like if somebody brings us an application and we make a determination as to whether home sharing is appropriate for the use that they bring us. Now, I do realize that staff has some obligations outside of what we have here, but to continue this and specifically get some type of clarification from code enforcement on it, it'd be, to me, it would be this exact same thing as somebody challenging us allowing additional occupants for a loft or for a room that was not initially a bedroom that had been converted, which we've typically done, and given them occupancy for those rooms. When if you went back and we applied specific adherence to them from a code standpoint, you would get fire, you would get plan review, and several individuals that I would think would weigh in and say, that was not the intended use of the application at the time that the building permit was issued. So I just think that this gets us into some deep waters that really was not intended to be a part of our purview.
And again, I'd say that if it was just 2 bedrooms and a bathroom back there, we wouldn't even have questioned it, right? Normally, because we've allowed it, ADUs that are just the bedroom. That's why I was leaving it up to the applicant. If you wanted to.
Now, you said in Realist it was listed as an R1?
Yeah, it showed,
Not A.
It was, I mean, a single-family home.
showed single family.
Yeah. I mean, it is a single-family home. It's just zoned
I
agriculture.
mean, it showed that under the zoning.
You know, so you can't have,
And
you can't have 2 residents on a single-family lot without a variance of some kind or a SPUD. And so that would be the process, is getting an SPUD to get that all legalized, which is for another venue.
I feel like we were just presenting that information just because it was a protested application that showed a lot of intent that it could be like an event center, and I think we just needed to hear that she wasn't going to operate it as an event center and charging and things like that. We just didn't want it to go by as just a home share if it needs
No,
to
we'll
have
make sure
a
that it's
different
not
use.
advertised at all, or making sure verbiage and things like that does not indicate that it's an event center at all. Strictly for like a vacation home.
Marcus, so what are your suggestions as to what you would be comfortable with?
Number of guests, I think.
I'm fine with reducing the number of guests. I think that 12 is appropriate. I don't have an issue with any of that. I just have some heartburn if we begin to evaluate the appropriateness of use of a structure for residential purposes outside of just home sharing. That's where my issue is.
And I don't think we usually do. We don't dig into it.
Yeah, that's my
But
point.
if it's brought to our attention, maybe it's different.
You say
We
there's
protest.
protests. I guess
Yeah.
we can listen in on some of that.
I was just trying to get some of the answers before they
Yeah.
came up, but I'm ready to hear from them.
Okay. Penny, I already called on you.
Penny George, 8602 Hilltop Lane, which is directly across the street from the property that we're discussing right now. As to the zoning question that you discussed and you have some concerns about, there are some significant things going on with the restrictive covenants and so forth. But I'll set those aside now because clearly you're thinking about them and it needs to be dealt with. But in separate, I'd like to concentrate, there's a lot of protests here. This is a private road, and if you, and I gave you a large thing with a lot of it. I'm sure you've looked at it, but there's a lot to look at. We have a private road. We maintain it. There was one member, our home association president submitted it. We spent over $34,000 for road repairs not that long ago, just a few weeks. The traffic has not ever been bad. There's only about 16 families. It's cul-de-sacs, dead ends on all 3 sides, and it T-bones to Council Road, and there's no through street because it goes towards the airport. It's a very quiet neighborhood. Changing the whole, really the personality of the neighborhood. We have families here that invariably, where they get the property from is when their parent dies, or a neighbor dies and another neighbor gets it. It's very quiet. It's mostly elderly people. We are not here for investment purposes. This is our home. This is where we live. We have pets. We have livestock. The property in question is butted up. 2 of them have livestock on the property, the one on the west and the one on the south. Both of those individuals, the owners, have submitted protest. There has been concern about strangers that we do not know approaching the animals, the livestock, and if you know anything about livestock, that's not something anybody wants to do. Even the neighbors don't do that to their neighbors. We are concerned about bringing people in we don't know. We are concerned about noise. We're concerned about it changing the whole neighborhood. This is, as I said, this is our home. We're paid for the roads. If we have more people coming in, it's hard on the roads. And you've read those. We're concerned about that. We're concerned about the noise. We're concerned about trash. We're concerned about, I think more than anything else, it's a wonderful place. We've had people that have grown up in this neighborhood, and now they own homes that their parents or grandparents. And I read the letter that was that the petitioners, and they admit when they bought it in part as an investment. And if you look on Facebook and on their independent advertising, this isn't just your average bed and breakfast or even B&B. It's an event center. It's a destination center. They are advertising for large groups. They are advertising for, the sip and paint, their bridal showers, celebrations. Come to Oklahoma City and have the Broken Bow experience. This is not a place to dwell overnight, short term, while you are in Oklahoma City. This is come to this place because it is a beautiful place, and we have a she shed, and we have 2 cabins, and the 2 residents on the house, you'll get to that eventually, somewhere in the process. The she shed that they are advertising is on cinder blocks on top of a gas line. It crosses through their property and across the street and down the way. But it is a major gas line. It's on cinder blocks because you couldn't put a regular right there. We worry about fire. And there are a lot of cedars. I know that sounds silly, and I understand that she said they don't live very far. But I don't know where they live. She says not close, and I'm not trying to get into their business.
We live very close. We actually
One at a time.
But nobody's there. And if the people are staying overnight, it's not just guests that they're hiring in or they're putting in there. They can bring friends over, or they can bring their families over. Or the next thing you know, are we going to be having fireworks on the 4th of July? Are we going to be having big Memorial Day celebrations? They advertise for large groups. And most of us that live in this neighborhood are, 2 or 3 people, maybe a small nuclear family. It's just, I could keep going on, and I've taken up enough of the time that I know that you can make a decision on this. But I want to let you know that zoning aside, and that's very, very significant, we were shocked. The neighborhood is shocked. We're distressed. Pretty much everybody we can't believe it. We cannot believe anybody did this. This is our home. And it will change it if it suddenly turns into a commercial enterprise and it's in the heart of our neighborhood. It's not on the corner, and it's not around down the street. So I appreciate you hearing me, and the other people that are here with us, and some couldn't be here. We're elderly. A lot of us are at the doctor today. But thank you very much for hearing me, and I hope that you will take to heart what I had to say. Thank you.
Questions for Benny? Okay. You want to respond to her, or do you want to wait till we get...
Yeah, I was just going to say, we actually live in the school district, so
Okay.
if we're not there every day, we're there about 3 to 5 days, 3 to 5 times a week. It's a big property. It's a lot to maintain. We're constantly working on the yard. So this isn't like an out-of-state type of investor. This is a community that I'm from. I went to high school here, graduated from elementary all the way up. So far as value goes, I'm a professional. I'm a real estate agent. we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that the value of the properties stay where they need to be.
I've got another protest signed up, Dwayne Cutter.
I live a short distance from the property that is under consideration for this special exemption. When I moved into that area or bought property in that area to build on it, I looked at the covenants and I knew what the covenants were when I purchased that property, and that's one of the reasons I purchased the property, and I believe covenants mean something. I don't think they ought to be violated. I don't think others ought to come in later and change those covenants that are already in place. When I look at page, it's in book 4385-401, which lists out the covenants. The first one said all lots shall be designated as residential building plots. And then it goes on through there that there's not to be any other temporary type residential buildings put on that plot. But yet, from what I understand, that is occurring. And then also one of them here indicates on number 3, it said no business, trade, or commercial activities shall be carried out on any of the residential lots. But yet, this is what is being proposed. I didn't build out there for a business to be operated in that area. And then when I look at the restrictions on that property out there, and it's filed as a private road to be maintained by the owners of the property out there. And that's in book 4459, page 612. And it says it will not be maintained by the city or the county. So it's private ones that have to maintain the roads leading up to this property. And when I bought the property in '79, the roads began to deteriorate. We were constantly repairing the roads. So in January the 15th, 1998, we formed a homeowners association for the main purpose of maintaining those private roads out there because we're going to have to do it. And we were just constantly filling potholes. So in 2017, we hired Gordman Paving Company to come in and give us a little better service on the roads. And that cost us $34,000. And I'm the treasurer for that homeowners association, so I do have those records. But the owners of that property, the prior owners and the current owners, are not part of this homeowners association that's maintaining those roads out there. And so it's up to us for this additional traffic coming in, for their type of activity, for us to pay for the roads, and it shouldn't be our responsibility to do that. This area is not designed for that kind of activity, and it should not be approved for this kind of activity. It should be like it is now. It's a private, one dwelling property area out there. So I strongly urge you to reject this special exemption. Thank you very much.
Questions for Dwayne?
Now, I want to address something though, because it's been brought up by two people in a row, and that's the covenants and restrictions. We here as a board are not here to determine whether or not there is a violation of the covenants and restrictions. We've been doing this for a couple of years, and that's one of the main arguments that's always used. If you want to enforce those covenants and restrictions, the venue is district court, not the Board of Adjustment. And so I don't want you guys to think that we're not hearing you guys as far as your covenants and restrictions. We are, but we also understand there is a form for that, and the Board of Adjustment is not that form. Just if you've watched these before, you know that there is a major home in my neighborhood. In our covenants and restrictions, it says no businesses. But there's an Airbnb, substantial one, 4,500 square feet, that's being operated in my neighborhood. And I still have voted to allow for that. What we are here to do is just to ensure that it is being operated in a way that is not going to cause much damage to the neighborhood, right? We want it to be something that is beneficial, and the ones that we have denied are ones that were not operated in a way that we felt that the applicant should be allowed another application for another year. Or if he did come back for renewal, we limit it again to 1 year. So I just want you guys to realize that we hear that argument, but unfortunately, it's not within our purview.
I got another one signed up to speak. Anybody else want to make?
Can I say something too? I mean, we are, again, this is our second home, so it's not like, it's pretty expensive to rent it. It's not something that's going to be rented all the time. We do plan on using this home for us and our family the majority of the time, so it's not like it's gonna be, I haven't even decided if I even wanted to put it on Airbnb yet, so that we can be selective so far as who we allow to use our space. It's an expensive home, and we definitely want to make sure that the house, the neighborhood, all of that stuff is taken care of. And so far as the commercial use, it's just being used as residential use, not as commercial.
Did he say you weren't a member of the HOA?
When we purchased it, there was no active HOA. So that verbiage that's in there, that verbiage is almost in every covenant and restriction, but it doesn't normally exclude you being able to rent the property out as residential.
No, I just didn't know if you were a member of the HOA or not a member.
There was no
of the
active HOA, and we just closed on this property,
So there's not an active HOA?
unless they
But
just formed
have
one.
documented CCRs? So there is an HOA? Maybe just
Are they
inactive.
filed?
I would look to see if the original homeowner who owned that property when it was established, whether or not they signed on to that. I'm just wondering if it was formed around.
Right, could have been.
I'm not sure.
Did you want to weigh in on that? You come up to the mic.
They're filed in 1980.
It looks like these restrictive covenants were recorded.
Can I address that? I set up the HOA, and it is active. You want to, I'll give you the book and number. You can
And
go
we
to it
do
and
have
see.
it.
It's an active
Yeah.
HOA.
Is this property in the HOA?
I'm sorry, I don't hear real well.
Is this property in the HOA with your understanding?
Well, the property initially was not, when it was sold off, there was no HOA. There was nothing set up to maintain the roads. So a group of the homeowners got together and we set up a HOA. We agreed that we would maintain the common roads. And that property did not join in with us in agreeing to maintain the roads.
Okay.
And I can give you
Probably
the number
not
set
a
up
member of
on
the
it.
HOA. That's
It's
because when
on,
you would have closed, you would have got a copy of the CCR.
Book 7228,
Active HOA.
0670.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's active.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, let me get the next protest, unless there's other questions or comments. This one looks like Doris Ballard and Kelly Rawson.
Hi, my name is Kelly Rawson. This is my mother, Doris Ballard. She lives at 8220 South Hilltop Lane. She is on the west side of this property at the dead end on one of the T's on Hilltop Lane. Our concern, my parents are older. This is their property. I grew up there. She says she grew up in this school district. Do you even know what the school district is?
Westmore.
You
Westmore.
guys would need to address us, not each other.
Correct. Westmore is a big area. It covers a lot of area. So growing up out there, you rode a bus for 45 minutes every day, like I did.
Address the board.
Yeah. It's kind of, they're already renting this. They've already rented this space. There's already reviews on this space. So if they don't have the paperwork in place, how is this already happening without all of us knowing that this is happening? And is the city, if they allow this to happen, is the city going to take up paying for the roads? Because my parents are fixing to retire at 83, and they don't have that kind of money to maintain the roads. Is there going to be something that the board will set aside that they have to pay more than what every other homeowner in the area has to pay for the road because they are causing more traffic in this area? There's a lot of questions that have not been answered, and they've kind of gone about it backhanded, which we don't appreciate as neighbors. We're a very close-knit neighborhood. Again, we've all grown up together, everybody in that neighborhood. And so we would like to see the changes that need to happen before this space gets rented ever.
Anything from the board?
Yeah, I'll just make a couple of responses. I completely get where you're coming from, and I think that your concerns are absolutely valid. I think at the heart of the issue you mentioned, and a couple of your neighbors have mentioned, it's really an economic issue, one where we try to determine that, the costs that are generated as the result of a specific activity should be borne by the party responsible for that activity. But in Oklahoma, as sad as this is, there's a lot of areas where these agreements happen and they're informal, and it's what it sounds like happened here. At some point in the past, if there was this voluntary homeowners association that was established to maintain this road, and there's still several places in the state that operate this way, and it's the reason why you see a lot of times lenders, before they'll lend on a new property in one of these type of scenarios, will require to review the road maintenance agreement and make sure that they're not going to get stuck with holding on to some collateral that they may have additional fees or expenses on in the event of a default, something like that. So unfortunately, it's not within the purview of this board to make a requirement to set aside funds or even to force them to participate in that. As much as I hate to say it, that part of it sounds like a foregone conclusion in the sense that the original property owner didn't opt into that agreement, and thus when they sold the property, there was no obligation on the future owners to participate in it. So I completely get where you're coming from, especially if you see increased traffic at the property. I agree that it's not ideal, but there's also, we lack the tools here to be able to do anything about that. The other thing that I'll point out is just some of the information that was submitted in our packet and some of the statements you guys have alluded to have to do with their use of the property. And as Don stated earlier, like, as owners of the property, I don't want to say they can do whatever they want, but as far as it pertains to us and what we can oversee, they can do whatever they want. So they can go today and host a party with 1,000 people and have music blaring, and you would have the same remedies that you would normally have as a neighbor, which is code enforcement. So all we can do is place restrictions on their use of the property as it specifically pertains to home sharing. A lot of these other issues, as far as maybe folks are interacting with livestock or things like that, these would have to be discussions with just neighbors being neighborly, saying, hey, we don't appreciate this, or can we talk to you about that? But now, if they lease it out under home sharing and somebody does that, then yeah, that's an issue. They need to be responsible for relaying that information to their guests. So just as stated earlier, I also don't want it to come across as we're not hearing you or not listening to you. I just want to reiterate what we can and can't do here.
Okay, so because it's already been rented, is that not a violation of any codes or whatever it is that you guys have?
Yes, if they operate the house without a license, that would be something that would be reportable.
Okay, and who do you report that to?
That goes to code enforcement?
Yeah.
Action Center?
The City Action Center. And it already has been done. It's in the packet. There is a code of violation for operating, and that's probably why they're here. They didn't know, and now they know.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so far as renting it to people that we don't know, we had one of my close friends actually stay at the property with her daughter. People have come see our property to check things out. She left a review on there to help us out on the reviews. Now, I am able to remove that review so it doesn't look like, this is a spot that you can come for a birthday party. This is a lifelong friend that actually stayed there with her daughter and some of her friends that stayed there on the property. We haven't put it on Airbnb or any of that. They called and I did tell them we were waiting after this particular date to pass before doing that. So I'm happy to remove the review to making sure that we're paying attention to verbiage and things like that on marketing.
For the people that are
She also has a website, navigationhomes.com, and the property is up there with the dates that are already blocked out, that they apparently already have it rented.
We block out those dates when we're going to use the property so that other people don't try to put those things in place.
And the pictures that they put on the internet that they showed y'all, those pictures of my wife and her mother dancing. Like, so when they're taking pictures of us. We're at the house. It wasn't pictures of other people. It was pictures of in the slides you've seen, that's my wife and her mother, or my mother-in-law. So when they say we're hosting stuff, we haven't hosted nothing but our family. Of course, they're excited of the property, that's all.
So I will say, it's not uncommon for people to be up here because they've received a code violation. There have been a couple instances where people have operated for years without one. And we consider that pretty egregious. But at the same time, this is why normally for the first application, we do 1 year. We want to see how that first year is going to go. And then we'll have an assessment in a year to see if a lot of the concerns have actually come to fruition, right, as far as noise, as far as parties. I will say, again, the only reason we're here is because the applicants are looking to rent for less than 30 days, right? So if they were renting out for 32 days at a time, you don't know who would be in there. It could be people of 12 guests or more, and we would have no purview for that, right? So these are short terms, and that's what we're really focusing in on. But there are other circumstances, like Marcus was alluding to, that they could live there and they can invite hundreds of people every weekend and have loud music. I'm not one to do that type of entertainment, but I want to make sure that you guys understand that a lot of the same recourse that you would have in those situations, you're still going to have in this instance. It's whether or not they're going to be allowed to do a short-term rental. So.
I also would like to ask, because in the covenants, it states only one dwelling per 5 acres, and this obviously has more than one, who do we go to get that taken care of? Because when the previous owner put that, they said that it was going to be a shop and that he was just going to put a couch and a bed in there for him and his wife to stay in until they finished the big log cabin. And obviously that didn't happen.
Right. So I guess in that instance, though, what we were asking before is, was this property, did they sign on? And if not, you can't hold this property liable to or subject to the covenants and restrictions that you have in place, right? So a lot of times what happens is a developer buys this big 40-acre unit, they'll institute, covenants and restrictions for that 40 acres, and then it gets split up. It sounds like something was attempted to be put together after the fact. And if they didn't sign up to that, you can't hold them liable to that.
Well, my thing is, in the covenants, every piece of that little section, they are 5-acre tracts. They can never be broke down to anything less than 5-acre tracts. One dwelling per 5 acres. Yes, you can have an arena, you can have a shop, you can have all of those things, but you cannot have more than one home. This obviously has more than one home, and why is it okay? Because they just purchased the property this year, why is that okay for them? And I understand it wasn't them that did it, it was the previous owner that did it. How were they able to sell that and get that done through the city?
I'm not sure that they've sold it through the city, because I think that's something that's going to be investigated. I don't
Okay.
think that the
And
covenants.
that's our thing, we want
Right.
that investigated, because that's not fair to everybody else.
So I
in that
think that
area.
is subject to the city ordinances and not necessarily to the covenants and restrictions, right? So I think that, again, it's like if you and I entered a contract, that we're going to do something, and now we want to hold Don liable who did not sign into that contract, we can't do that, okay? And I feel like this is, based off of what I've heard, that's my presumption as to the covenants, right? The owner of that lot at that time did not sign on to the covenants and restriction. You can't hold anyone subsequent to.
The producer, did he sign on to the covenants?
No.
When he bought the property and started to build the cabin?
Well, that's part of the abstract. The restrictions are part of the abstract. And when you bought the property, the one residence per dwelling, I've read it, and I'll give you a copy,
Again, but your recourse for that would also be in district court, not here. Okay, I think that for us,
But you can file a claim at the City Action Center, and they would start a claim.
I just want to know where we need to go to make it back to where
Yep.
it was supposed to be.
so what we,
Should have never ventured away from.
so to try to kind of go forward, I think that for me, from what I've heard, and is that the last person that wanted to speak?
Right.
Mike?
Yeah, those are the ones signed
Okay.
up.
Obviously, the advertising as an event center is something that's been brought up, okay? I think that we've talked, those are the types of things that we can address. The animals, I don't live out in the country. I can't mow my .43 lawn. So, I pay someone to do that. I couldn't imagine having 5 acres. So bless y'all. I don't know how we address the pets, right? Farm animals. And so I think that that's something that would have to be put in the listing.
I would like to,
Is there something you can put in your listing to
I have
leave the
it,
farm?
it's in my lease, so I actually have that, I have a rural lease that they have to go through. I'm sorry, I have a rural lease that they have to go through and sign to
Okay.
use it, and I have that in the lease for them not to disturb or mess with any of the animals on the other side of the property, so that is a part of my lease.
Okay.
I think kind of where I am right now is I'm uncomfortable voting on this up or down until we know more from code enforcement about the 2 dwellings on the lot, how that permitting was handled.
Well, let me, while we were sitting here going through this, I pulled up the permits that were submitted, and both of these permits, from what I can tell, were submitted under use code 8200.14. And staff will have to correct me if I'm misunderstanding any of that, but according to our code, 8200.14 is single-family residential. So it looks, it was the same use code for both buildings. So as far as I'm concerned, it's valid.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we've got some written protests. They're in the
We
packet.
don't know. I mean, you'd have to look into, but you cannot have 2 separate residents on either single-family, R1, or agricultural.
Yeah, and I do want to clarify, I'm not saying that they're two two residences. The way that the application was submitted is similar to the way that an application is submitted when there's a separate structure. So all that this tells us is that two permits there were two applications that were submitted for permitting, one presumably for the main home and the second for the accessory unit, but they were under the same use code. So the same address, no separate addressing, no separate lot, but that they were for the same use. It's got proposed garage.
And that's why I said originally, I think I could get behind permitting the main dwelling. Today,
And you're able to do 8?
yes.
What's the process if we approve one dwelling today and they subsequently get the permitting and we can address the permitting situation? Can they then file an amendment later on?
Yeah, or reapply. Because
I mean, it's just one address. We're not dealing with two addresses that have been assigned for this property. It's just, are you talking about cabin 1, cabin 2?
Yeah, like if we approve cabin 1 today and then we figure out the permitting on cabin 2, whatever that looks like. What is their recourse to come back and try to get the additional 4 people in cabin 2 approved?
Why don't you consider approving under this same application part of it, continue the other part of it, and then by the continuation date on the other part of it, you'll have more information and make a decision about whether or not that's appropriate.
And they can then still do the main
They can do the
property.
main.
That's fair.
I can get behind that.
Are you good with that?
Can I ask a question? I know y'all don't handle any of this, but when you say the 2 properties, this is not the only property that has 2 properties. Because as you look, one of the properties up there, he has a house that he doesn't stay in, and then he also has a barn that he stays in. So he actually has 2 properties as well. So if they're bringing that point, it seems like, to me, it's directed towards us. They're not addressing the other person that has the same exact thing, the 5 acres with 2 houses on it, a barn and a regular house as well. And he's here, and he's actually one of the ones that protested as well. So I would like that to be brought up as well.
Yeah, I mean, and it's up to you. You can make a claim at City Action Center just like they could. I like that idea from legal staffing.
Okay.
Marcus?
Contingent upon.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
That, or it's up to you. Or you can just do the one right now and,
Okay, so we need to do the one right now and then come back.
Approve in part.
What do we need
So
to
I
do?
think
What do we need to bring to do the second? I mean, what is it that you need to see?
so there's a process. There's a long process. If they're gonna call it a second dwelling,
Okay,
you'd have to get an
I'll work
SPUD
on
and all
that.
that, so.
Well, I guess I'm confused. Are we talking about, I thought the contingency was based on,
Approval.
the contingency for our approval would be based on development services looking and determine if the appropriateness of the unit is for residential versus that it's a separate structure which would then require SPUD.
Right. It is.
So then the
So
only.
if they deem it in compliance with the zoning, they can come back and get it, right?
Yes, and this has nothing to do with this case, but just for a quick discussion between us. My concern about this is I wouldn't see any difference in this argument in an argument that a subsequent protester may have against the appropriateness of us allowing occupants in areas that were not designated as bedrooms to begin with. So if we make this decision, or if we put that type of restriction on there, we're doing so knowing that that's the standard that we've now set for these moving forward.
I think that lofts, living room spaces with couches and pull-outs are not zoning issues. And this is more of a zoning issue to me. I think probably because of the PC
Yeah.
side of it.
can we approve the main cabin for 8 and subsequently approve cabin 2 with the condition that we either get, what documentation would they need so that they don't have to come back and they satisfy that they get the additional 4?
They would need plan review to sign off on the fact that it was reviewed as residential. Because what's been brought up is that it was supposed to be initially a shop. It's got on the application proposed use as garage, but it was reviewed under a residential use. And to the applicant's point, and I didn't do this, but I have suspicions that if you went through and you pulled applications or permits on most of these, you'd find the same thing. That's a typical process in Oklahoma City, is that we'll have a separate unit. We'll say storage, we'll say garage, we'll name it any number of those things, but plan review will still review it under that same use code. So I think maybe to get us all on the same page, we approve 8 for the main unit and say 4 conditional upon them going, or upon staff verifying that it was reviewed under that same use code and allowed to be used as residential.
I'm good with that.
We would be fine with that.
Okay.
Can somebody word that as a motion?
So moved, right? Like, gosh, I didn't drink enough coffee today.
Conditional upon code enforcement's review of the structure to meet zoning code.
Okay, so I'm going to come back to you for that language here in a moment. How about that? And I'll make a motion for everything else. Are you ready for a motion?
I'm ready for a motion.
Okay. Well, I think that if we make the cabin number 2 conditional on whatever they said over here, that they don't have to come back. I think that's an automatic increase in the number of occupants. Is that, Sarah,
And that's something that you all, I don't want to volunteer you for something that is not something that you do, but you all can verify that information.
We're having code enforcement do that. We feel like we've already looked into the permits and that just the accessory structures are coded the same way as a single-family residential. And then instead of meeting, then accessory structures have to meet the accessory structure rules for size and AA. You get a lot of actually accessory structure square footage in AA, but you don't get a second dwelling. You get 1 per 5 acres, or it's really 1 per parcel in all zoning districts. So I suppose if you want to go down this path, it would be approving the number of people in the cars like you normally do for the main cabin, and then the second one would be I think I look at Rita, contingent upon.
Yes.
Contingent more than conditional.
Yes.
Yes.
Upon verification that the second dwelling unit is approved per city standards or city
Yes.
code. Okay.
Because the code does speak to dwelling, so it has to be something that is recognizable as a dwelling under the code. So,
Yes. And so Cindy has to do a board order within 10 days, so we need that to be captured in a way that can stand for whatever time you allow the special exception to go through. So I think contingent upon would be a good way to record that.
Okay, we're going to try this, and if I need to amend, please let me know. Motion to approve case number 15655 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the requested special exceptions with the following modifications. We're going to go with a 1-year maximum number of cars, 7 or 6. I know you discussed it, but knowing the
6 is
concern of the vehicle, okay. Because of the concerns with traffic, we're gonna limit it at 6 for this first year. I have put on here to address concerns, advertise appropriately, meaning that we're not gonna advertise this as a conference center or an event center, but as a true Airbnb. You mentioned that you do have in your agreement that they're not going to disturb the pets, but I do want to put that into the application itself, that will be included in your materials. Now, as to the cabins, we are going to approve cabin number 1 for 8 guests, and we're going to we're going to approve cabin 2 for 4, contingent upon the city confirming what now?
Code enforcement
Confirming, yeah, that
confirms that the second dwelling is in conformance with the zoning.
Yes.
Okay.
I will take his language as part of my motion. Is that everything? Okay, so moved.
Quiet hours.
No, I'm sorry, one more thing. The cars are 6 no matter what, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it can, and they have quiet hours,
In there,
9
okay.
to 8, yes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
And just for your knowledge, and I've said this before, but if code enforcement comes back and says it's not in conformance with zoning, there is a pathway to get it in conformance with zoning. And staff can help you with that.
My computer's done working for the day. But I'm voting yes.
Did you hit refresh?
A couple times.
Oh.
Okay, you're approved unconditionally.
Only 13 more.
So we're moving back to item number 9, case number 15661, a renewal application of Sontran of BE Rentals to allow home sharing at 4520 Northwest 30th Street.
Okay. I thought we were continuing on to 23, or no?
Now, let's do, you've been patient, let's do number 9.
Okay. that
You
works
see
for
how
me.
quickly we got through that other one?
Yeah. Well, this will be fun. So I think Cindy, I had a presentation.
Well, we have it loaded, but again, they're referencing a lot of all your cases, so I'm not sure how you want it presented because we go item by item.
Yes, correct.
We're only going to watch it once.
Yes, yeah. It addresses all of them. Do I?
Sarah.
Okay. Okay. Nick Tran for 4520 Northwest 30th Street.
See it
Once it comes up.
at Teams. So escape out. That's in the download.
Yeah, it was sent separately.
So
Yeah, it's the last one on the list there. Yep. Awesome. And is there a way to control, or I just say advanced slide?
um,
I can touch the screen?
I think so.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so as I said, Nick Tran for 4520 Northwest 30th Street. I'm presenting a few applications today, but before I start on that, I would like to give some context into the business and the work we do in the city, and hopefully elucidate some of the concerns that might have been brought up. Yeah, if you could address the next slide, thank you. So yes, I'm going to walk you through kind of a brief overview of our business and how it is in line with the Oklahoma City Comprehensive Plan. Can you address the next slide? So this comprehensive plan is Oklahoma City's long-term vision for economic sustainability and providing affordable housing choice, which is a main focus of our business model. And I'll show you how these two ideas of the applications link to affordable housing in Oklahoma City. So let's just quickly dive through what is affordable housing. What does it mean for a house to be affordable? So the median household income in Oklahoma City is $38,000. So at $38,000, that's the median household income. That means a standard household can only afford up to about $850 in rent a month. But the reality of that is, in Oklahoma City, HUD published their fair market value rents, and you can also check onto the market. The median rent in the city is $1,100 per month, which may or may not include utilities. So that already shows you the reality of the situation in Oklahoma City is the standard median household cannot afford the market rent for a 2-bedroom unit. But how does our portfolio stand? So we manage several homes and apartments across the whole metro area, from studios to 6-bedroom homes. And our median rent for our portfolio, which is a 2-bedroom home, is $770 a month. And so you can compare this directly with the HUD FMR of $1,100. And if you look through our whole portfolio, more than half of all of our units are less than the 75% value of fair market rents. So more than half of the families that we house are paying less than 75% of market value rents. And almost a quarter of all of our units that we rent are through some sort of subsidized housing, either Section 8, CSU, HOPE, or through one of the tribal members. And we're able to do this through this kind of novel strategy that we're terming TSLI, which is Tourism Subsidized Low-Income Housing. And so this works by we're able to keep rent stable for all of the residents. Most have never seen a rent increase or an increase of any kind of fees or any kind of fees in the years that we've managed all of these rentals. And we can do this by directly subsidizing all of the households that we house from the short-term rentals. And so let's just quickly look at what this looks like. How does this work? How does this model work? So if we look towards the left, if we take two bedroom units, they can be apartments, it can be a home, the fair market value rent for each unit is around $1,100. And if instead we can convert one of them to a short-term rental, we can now directly subsidize the other home. And so now the one unit can now only pay $770, which is just under 75% of the fair market value rent. And now, with this additional short-term rental, we're generating additional tax. As you know, Oklahoma City and Oklahoma State collect a 14.1% tax on all short-term rentals, and that's set to increase to 19%. And then we can also provide cleaning and maintenance for other local Oklahoman families. And this is easily scalable. We can subsidize, if we choose our short-term rentals appropriately, we can subsidize 2, 3, 4, 5 other Oklahoman families. And we've been able to actually use this model to subsidize over 100 local residents here in Oklahoma City, just through our 12 applications that we're applying here today. And so this provides several direct benefits to the city. Of course, we collect the tax that is automatically remitted back to Oklahoma City. It's right now set at 14.1%. It's set to increase to around 17.5%. And our total contribution just in tax alone is $93,000, of which $36,000 is just from the hotel tax, which the percentage right now is 5.5%, but it's going to almost double. There's indirect benefits as well, as all tourism generates indirect benefits. The tourists that come to Oklahoma City, they spend money on food, they spend money on transportation, they spend money on entertainment. So this provides a huge economic boon to all of the local surrounding businesses in the Oklahoma City metro area. And so through this work, we spend our own personal money to renovate these homes. We usually are the nicest home on the whole block, so we are increasing the equity of all of our neighbors. And we're able to increase our personal property tax and pay additional tax to pay for all these facilities, the road facilities, waterworks. our taxes are going directly into that. And then we can also increase the amount of jobs by providing cleaning, by providing maintenance, and we can also subsidize all of the more than 100 families that we are in charge of in Oklahoma City. So the tourists that come to Oklahoma City is not a destination city yet. We're not Austin, we're not New York City, we're not Florida. We're mostly a family city. So a lot of families come and stay. They bring the grandparents, the parents, the kids, their dogs. We've even had them try to bring their horses because they're coming to the cattle shows, they're coming to the horse shows, they want to go see the Women's College World Series. So everyone's coming here for usually something related to a family. They live here, they want to visit their kids here, or they just want to come see some of the events that are happening around in the city. And can you go to the next slide? So where are all of these people staying at? What are the houses that they're actually staying in? As I said, we try to renovate and make some of the nicest houses on the whole neighborhood. So we take houses that have been vacant for years. We're not buying up houses that are on market, that are already rented. We take houses that have been vacant, usually destroyed in some fire or been vandalized heavily, and we completely change them. And we try to renovate them and make them nice and allow, be the ambassadors for Oklahoma City. So the house on the top is the Northwest 23rd Street. It's in the application list, and this was vacant for 8 years before we purchased it. The one on the lower is the Beach House. We themed it the Beach House, and was vacant for 4 years before we purchased it. Here's one of our newer works. This actually just finished up late last year, around end of October, early November. That's Northwest 40. Just south of, or just lower to that is another house that was vacant for years before we were able to get into it and to renovate it. And then this is our latest works. This one is the Northwest 43rd Street. This was vacant since 2020. And we completely cleaned up the whole yard. As you can see, the house was gutted all the way down to the studs. We had to completely renovate the whole home. We cleaned up the yard. We built a brand new fence on the surrounding parts of the yard. And we just generally tried to, we're proud of the houses we build. We try to make them extremely nice so there's no concern of decrease of property values or anything of that nature. We are usually one of the nicest homes on the block. And in that, we also set very, very strict rules. While we are ambassadors to the city and we try to be very hospitable to everyone that comes to our home, we also have very strict rules about who comes to our home and what they do at our home. So of course there's no parties, no drugs, as almost all applications, but we also are targeting families. We provide pack and plays, we provide bassinets, we provide high chairs. We, if you can see in the lower right-hand corner, we provide first aid kits, fire extinguishers, board games. We want kids and their families to come here, and that's primarily who we see. On all of our houses, we have quiet hours 10 to 8 a.m., just because those are appropriate quiet hours, I believe. And we have our lawn maintained every 2 weeks. So we have cleaning crews that go around and maintain all the lawns. We're in the houses not every day. Every few days we're going into the house, we're checking on things, we're checking on the yard, we're maintaining the home. And this is our typical guest. This was a guest that just booked not too long ago. And as you can see, they're coming. They say, it's my family and my friends, 6 guests, three children, 1 infant. So this is our kind of typical guest. And you can see the messages that we send to them. We are very intentional with how we communicate with the guests. We're trying to be hospitable, but we're also trying to be very strict as to who comes here. We restrict you on the number of cars you bring. We're reminding you constantly to be respectful of the neighbors, to be respectful of the neighborhood, and to be respectful of the home that you're sharing. And so I hope I was able to provide you context for the 12 home sharing applications in general. And I can answer any questions about any particular individual applications that we have. Thank you.
Cindy, can we get this presentation in all 13 of their files so it's in the record? I don't want him to have to say that 13
that's fine.
times.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Questions, comments from the board?
the first one has a code violation, and then it also has a written protest. Did anyone sign up to speak?
Not on this one. I've got a couple of protests in the packet.
Okay. And so, just a question I had for the protesters, and maybe on a different application, but if they wanted to speak towards the applicant and their processes, I'd really like to hear from them before we get to that straight case, if I could.
Okay.
And you can talk on the case that you're also talking on also.
Can you guys hear me? My name's Kat Brim. I live at 4139 Northwest 43rd Street, which is next to number 10 on the agenda today, case number 15662. I have lived next to a property that was vacant due to a house fire. An elderly woman lived there, so it was vacant for a long time. And it was actually not on the market, so that's why no one bought it. It wasn't that it was some dumpy place in a dumpy neighborhood, which I feel like some of those comments were a little bit disrespectful. They purchased the home, and I'm going to be honest, there's stuff that we have in here that I replied with that are ordinances that have been violated. There are 6 of them specifically, 4 of which happened before Airbnb actually started occurring. And they have been Airbnb the property without a permit for the last 4 weeks, and we've had additional ordinance issues since that time, as well as people calling the cops for noise issues and things like that. So I will say, you know, as somebody who lived in this neighborhood, there was excessive debris in the yard all the time. There were bulk trash violations. There were lawn maintenance violations. And those were all reported to the city. So I honestly, at this point, I didn't know that I was gonna have to be doing this. So I didn't like take pictures of everything, but they were all called in, not just by me, by others as well. And so to me, it feels very much as it's a business, but it's in a residential area. And so it just feels like there's a lack of consideration for those around us. I actually have 9 other, I sent this, but it was after Friday at noon. So there is a copy you guys should have, and if not, I can make some. But I have 9 other complainants for the 6 ordinance violations specifically that are listed in my complaint, and I have 30 neighbors that have requested that this be denied due to lack of consideration for neighbors that live in the street.
And do your comments go to item 10 or to all 13 of these?
Mine go to item 10. I was just speaking to kind of the process.
Okay.
There was a lot of, like I said earlier, bulk trash, debris in the yard. They had giant containers and they'd fill up and they'd just lay stuff on the ground. And I know that's not you guys, right? Those are people who are, you know, contractors managing. But if you are the one that owns the property, I feel like you're responsible for that. And so especially over the last month as well, I understand, like, we don't know who guests are, right? Like, you're not handpicking them, you don't know them personally. But it seems disrespectful to our neighborhood that this was done without a permit, and that we've had issues. They have on their Airbnb listing, which I provided in my complaint, it says 10 guests for a 1,700 square foot house with 3 bedrooms. We've had this weekend 7 cars for that property. It only can fit 4, so we've had 3 in the street just for this property this weekend. And then they have a hot tub, which they say 24-hour hot tub. And so we've had 2 or 3 people actually complain and call, not me, but called the police for noise violations in the last 4 weeks. So, I mean, they're nice people. This seems really nice. I will say actually that the Oklahoma Policy Institute released something in June, a study saying that there is a housing crisis in Oklahoma. And I think that if people are buying 13 houses for short-term rent, those are 13 houses that people cannot buy. And also, if they're being rented out, they inherently cannot be owned by people to live in. So that whole argument is weird to me. If you have 13 homes that you're renting out in Airbnb, then that means you own another 26 as well that you're subsidizing those homes with that additional income. So I think that whole, like, there have been plenty of studies that show short-term leasing actually increase home values for residents and make them harder to afford. So I don't think that's backed by facts. So.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question. Can you play videos by chance? No? Could you go to slide number 23? So it's very disappointing that she came here to speak today and that she filed a complaint, because I have cameras at all of my houses. I have cameras at the front of my house. I have cameras at the back of my house. I have cameras at my front door. I'm checking who comes into my home. I'm checking who stays in my home. If I get a notification on my phone at midnight that a guest is outside, I'm checking on them. This is my job. This is what I do professionally. I check on my guests. So she came over to my, number 23. So she came over to my house on May 27th, came to our house and talked to us on the front yard, and she specifically said, I do not have a problem with how you run your home. I don't have a problem with this, and thank you for cleaning up the yard because it was overrun with vines. It was. I'm not disrespecting the neighborhood. It's a really cute neighborhood. It is. The houses are like really nice, and it's a really nice neighborhood, but you know, it's kind of like I felt like I was stabbed in the heart when I saw her protest letter, because I thought we made a friend. She even told that the neighbor behind, she used some vulgarity when she referenced him, but she said all people who complain should move out of Oklahoma City. And so it was kind of like when I saw this protest letter, I even had to double check, like, was this the lady I just talked to? Because she was so nice to me. And it was kind of like a stab in the heart when I heard that. And then the other protest letter, which is from Rachel Reisner, which is referencing houses A and B. There's actually an unlicensed listing just next door to me doing renovations at the same exact time. Trash, they actually still have trash in the front yard even today. They have A and B. I don't know that's not my home. That was just a protest on the wrong home. They're meaning to protest the neighboring home. So this application's kind of receiving, because I'm subjecting myself to the board, this application's receiving complaints from the whole neighborhood, really based off of these homes that we just happen to be neighbors. And there's another home that's doing renovations. Yes, my workers did have trash left out on the yard, but you know, they're waiting for bulk trash day. They put it at the front yard. We wait for bulk trash day. They pick it up. We have a dumpster. It fills. We get another dumpster. It fills. It's just part of the renovation process.
Am I allowed to respond to that? To clarify, that guy that I was talking about is a jerk, absolutely. Whenever we had this conversation, I, in my formal complaint, did not list myself as a noise violation complainant. That was other people that live on 44th Street, which back up to it. I did not make that complaint, and I stand by, I did not hear anything. So just to clarify. In having conversations with other neighbors about this, there were 3 other people that lived on properties that backed up to this that are listed as complainants that had noise violation issues. And I did not know that at the time of having this conversation. I'd only talked to one person that, to be honest, is kind of crabby and complains about everything. So I did say that I didn't hear anything, and I did not say that. And I did say that I didn't have a problem with the noise, because I didn't, and I don't. So and as far as bulk trash, there are rules on how soon you can set it out before bulk trash day. And I think, to me, it just feels very, disconnected. Like, I don't know if there needs to be a property manager that's out there all the time. Obviously, you're not renovating anymore, right? So surely it's not an issue moving forward, but it just seemed really inconsiderate to neighbors. And even if your trash is full, like, that's not really other people's problem that you should have to deal with. So, yeah, but just speaking to that, since you want to pull up recordings, I did say that, and that is why. So I feel comfortable in that.
Okay. I don't have anybody else signed up to speak on item number 9, talking about 4520 Northwest 30th Street.
There's someone, were you?
We didn't sign that, and we're about to sign that.
Okay, come on up. We're on item number 9.
Yes, item number 9, 4520 Northwest 30th, home sharing property. Do I need to state my name? Brenda Wooten.
Name and address, please.
Brenda Wooten, 3100 Windsor Terrace. We are adjacent, across the street from the house I'm speaking about. And, I mean, we realize that the owner can't be there every second of the day to babysit whoever's renting the property at the time, but I would like to address how many people are on your lease contract, whatever you call it, for that particular house. Maybe we can lower that number, which would lower the number of cars, which would ultimately possibly lower the noise level. Our complaint is a noise level. There is a pool and a hot tub, which we feel is the attractive nuisance
And even though we are across the street and adjacent, we hear the noise, we hear the music, the dogs hear it, the dogs bark, our dog stays inside, our dogs hear the other dogs bark, our dog wants to go bark. It's just it's a domino effect. So what are the number of guests at that property?
The number of guests at this house is 8. And to address that as well,
Is it 8 or 10?
it's 8. We allow for kids as well because we have bassinet, we have the pack and play.
So is it 8 or 10?
It's 8
It's 8, okay.
adults.
All right, okay, go ahead, finish.
Yeah, it's 8 adults.
Okay, and how many cars?
We allow up to 4 cars,
Okay,
but they can all fit on the driveway.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's been a number of times that there's more people, police have been called. I realize that's there's ordinances and you have to go through the action line or such, but that does happen quite often. Come out several times.
They have come out several times because our neighbor is, yes, very tough to please.
She's had valid complaints, though.
I don't believe she has.
Well, I do, because I witnessed it.
One at a time.
I witnessed it. I feel like her complaints have been valid.
I'm not saying that, she's welcome to complain about anything she would like. Sorry, I'll address the board. She's welcome to complain about anything she likes, but I actually have a slide just on that one neighbor alone that we can address later. But to address this one complaint, can we go to slide 22? So on the right side is a satellite image with our house indicated with the blue dot in the center. To the right is Jennifer, she's the hard-to-please neighbor, and then the Wootons are at the northwest part, at 3100 North Windsor Terrace. And then the dogs that they're referencing are to the east of them, and those dogs are dogs. I have animals of my own, and dogs bark for any reason. I drive to the house and the dogs bark. When I go pull out the trash cans and put them back in, the dogs bark. So those dogs are always barking. I'm not trying to say that their complaints are invalid, but I'm just saying that dogs are dogs. And on this particular instance, where I got, there were police called out to the house for this, it was on May the 23rd, and my guest, it was 3 adults, and they brought their kids. They wanted to have a graduation gathering for their kid that was graduating high school. So they brought all their family, all their friends to come hang out in the pool, and it was a bunch of kids. And at the same time, the neighbor to the east at 4512 also had a graduation gathering, and their cars were parked on the whole entire street. My guests brought 6 cars at the time. And when I was made aware of it was 5:30. They brought 6 cars to the house. I was there within 30 minutes, and I had all of their cars moved, and there was 1 car left at that house that night. While the neighbors, at the same exact time, had their cars parked the whole entire block of the street. And so I don't know, did they complain and report them to the action center as well, or is it, right, because it's a public street. So, I understand I'm trying to be very respectful of the neighborhood. I'm very strict on my guests. And so I even gave Jennifer my personal phone number to call me to tell me about these things. And when she told me about these things, I'm out there in the house, usually no matter what time, 30 minutes, usually around 30 to 45 minutes. We stopped our dinner to go there around 9 o'clock. We stopped our dinner. We've gone there at midnight to check on the guests when we hear noise complaints. So we tried to be, we can't be there for everything, but we're trying to be as on top of it. This is what we do. So we try to be there, and we try to make sure that everyone's following and respecting the rules.
Well, we're not here to debate every time that there was an incident. I mean, there's been a lot of incidents. That's the whole thing. It's not just one incident. It's a lot of incidents. As far as the graduation party goes, I don't know if there's one graduation party or 2, but there were cars blocking fire hydrants, blocking other people's driveways. I mean, to me, it's a safety issue. There's so many cars, kids running in and out. I don't know, it's just a safety issue to me.
Okay. Anything from the board? Is
I have
there
a comment.
Wait a minute.
What we have on this is there's one code violation, and that is an expired permit. That's the only code violation registered to this address.
not here to debate code violations, I'm just giving my opinion.
All right. Is there anybody else that wants to address the board on item number 9?
I'd like to make one more comment on
Yes,
that. They indicated that they have constant monitoring on their properties, surveillance cameras, audio, I assume. Apparently that doesn't work because these parties go into the early morning hours, the pool parties. And we don't call the police. We don't get any more aggravated than we already are. Our lot sits about 8 feet above the elevation of their house, so we get full benefit of the noise. That's all I'd like to say. I'd like also to have his contact information and phone number so we can call him directly at any hour.
Not a problem. I might be asleep, but not a problem.
Well, but we're not asleep, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the crux of the problem. That's the crux of the problem. We're awake, and it's not being monitored. It's not a proactive on their end, intervening with the noise before it wakes up the neighbors.
Sir, just for the record, would you give us your name and address?
Yes, my name is Larry Wooten, 3100 Windsor Terrace.
Thank you. Okay, and I think there's somebody in the back there wants to speak. Yeah. And we're on item number 9.
Hi, my name's Holly Hunt, 400 Northwest 23rd Street. I wasn't slated to speak on this, but just as a concern citizen, I'm with Sam Gresham Architects, and I just wanted to point out that these are the growing pains of a growing city. And to me, I feel like everyone's being a little prejudiced at the fact that they are a home share. If these were just normal neighbors, I don't think these level of complaints would occur. And the bottom line is we need people putting money into Oklahoma City and into low-income housing. And I think there's plenty of information out there to support that. So from what I've heard, these people are going above and beyond to do what they can to make this a livable situation for everyone involved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anything else from the board? Do you want to, we're on number 9. Yeah. Okay. Name and address, please.
My name is Jenny Nguyen, and my address is 1225 Northwest 32nd. I submitted a letter to Cynthia, a letter of support. A little bit about myself. I'm currently the president of Asian District, and that is the organization, Asian District Cultural Association. That's the organization that represents the Asian District. I'm also a business owner, Lee Sandwiches and Boombox right there on Classen. And I also live in Asian District, so I'm also a resident there. I grew up there, and it's important to me that we continue to pour into our city. And the only way we can do that is to make sure that we have places for people to come. That includes businesses, that includes places for people to stay, and all of the above. And, you know, I don't know all the ins and outs of what they just spoke on. I'll speak on just my neighborhood in particular. A lot of the residents that live there are first-generation immigrants who, you know, have lived in their home from the day that they got off the boat until today. So to have places for people to stay that are coming to visit, to come see the gem in the center of our city is really important, especially affordable places. I myself have had family come and stay at Nick and Stone's places because that's the only place that they can stay at that's close to me. Even whenever my AC went out, like, I called them to see if I could have a place to stay that's comfortable, inviting, and all of the things. So I've experienced them as hosts, and you know, I've got a few Airbnbs of my own, and yes, these are just growing pains of an Airbnb. There's things to manage. I think these two are very much partners. They partners with it, like as far as the relationships with neighbors and cities. They want to make things right, and they want to make the city better. I've worked with them within Asian District itself, and they have contributed immensely to the growth of the city. So I am just here to voice my support, because without tourism, there is less business for my restaurants, and less business for my restaurants is not a good thing. And no business in Asian District is not a good thing. I want to see that area stay alive, and really the only way is to make sure that people can come and they have a place to stay. So that is me. That's my support here for you guys.
Thank you. Okay. And there's nobody else signed up to speak on this one. I think we're ready for a motion on item number 9.
I think we need to make some adjustments to the application. So it's a 4-bedroom, 3-bedroom?
4-bedroom.
It's a 4-bedroom, how many baths?
2 baths.
The driveway can handle 4 cars, you said?
Yes.
And then, did you own this property the first time it came out for application?
Yes.
I saw that also. I mean, it's been 2 months. I'm almost, and you know, I'm almost inclined.
They had their application in May, it's just the processing, but
Okay.
the computer automatically generates the, okay.
And there was no one here to contest number 9. I can be swayed either way.
Yeah.
No one here? Okay. You're right. I apologize.
Just real quick, you said you are okay with sharing your contact information?
Yes.
Okay. Make sure that they get it so that they can reach you.
Mhm.
Yeah. Do you have a copy of their protest?
I do.
Okay, so you have their information.
Yes. Their email, I don't know if it had their phone number in it. I don't recall off the top of my head, but I have their email.
You've got 13 applications. You're going to be up for renewal on some of these new ones. I'm inclined to do a 1 year on this one.
Me too, with the protests.
Yeah.
So 4-car max, 1 year. What else
Yeah.
you got?
And then I want to amend the quiet hours to 9 PM at the swimming pool. Are you okay with that?
9 p.m., yeah.
I think noise issues has been one of the main complaints, and if we can keep the noise down. And then what I'm going to say to the protesters is if you do not call the Action Center and file a complaint, we will never know, and we will renew this next year. So,
If you guys have questions as to what that number is, in contact Cindy.
it's on the front page of the website.
Yeah.
297-3537, I think. 535.
So quiet hours, 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. I want to echo some of the concerns that the neighbors had is you already have in this application, and if it was there last year, it says absolutely no parties. Apparently, it's continuing on into the morning. So I don't know. I want to echo the concern that if you do have some sort of noise system in place, it's failing somehow. I don't know what that is. So I'm hopeful that if these occurrences continue for the next year, that we will see something reported to the Action Center. But I know that you stated, hey, we have this on here, but it's failing somehow. And when we have denied applications here recently, it has been done because of mismanagement, right? So just want to let you know that. Any others?
I think 8 guests with 4 bedrooms is reasonable.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And I'm going to add no on-street parking.
Yes.
That's on there.
That's on there.
Number 8.
Yeah.
Ready?
Ready for a motion?
Okay. Motion to approve case number 15661 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. 4-car maximum quiet hours are adjusted to be 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. 1 year. Was that 9 to 9?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
9 to 9 or 9 to 8?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay, I'm just for me, so I put it correctly on the listing, yeah.
Let's do 9 to 8. Sorry.
Okay.
This is for a term of 1 year, so we're going to see how it goes over the next year. And please share your contact information with the neighbors so that they have got that. They can call you in addition to contacting the Action Center. I think that's it.
How many guests?
8.
yeah, we're gonna leave guests alone.
Okay, that was a motion, right?
Yes.
Second?
Second.
All right, now, motion and a second, so cast your votes. Okay. One down, 12 to go.
Item number 10, case number 15662 is an special exception of Sontran of Cash Flow Holdings LLC to allow home sharing at 4147 Northwest 43rd Street.
Okay. Same comments, same
Same, yeah.
video?
Ditto.
Kat, do you want to add something else?
Yeah, this one was mine. I was just gonna clarify that, I recognize, obviously, like I said, I have no issue with them. They're very nice people. We don't know who. I think, to me, a lot of this is stuff that could potentially be remedied that's happening. And so I think if we were to put better parameters, like not 10 guests, limiting parking so it's not in the street, putting hot tub hours so it's not, people aren't complaining about noise violations, I think that would be fine if we were to do some sort of conditional approval with like a reassessment in a year. It's just, I think as is what's bothering people, because there have been a lot of people staying there in the last couple of weeks.
Anything from the board? All right, we're on item 10. Is there anybody else who wants to address this application? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion then.
Cars?
Yeah, we want to make a amendment to the application with the maximum number of cars and no on-street parking. We've got 4 cars can fit in the drive,
Yes.
so I want to put a maximum of 4 cars, 4 vehicles, and no on-street parking.
That's on there.
Yeah, that's on there. Should be.
Yeah. They all say that too, and it sounds like there's a lot of on-street parking, so that is a code violation. So you need to make sure, just for the harmony of the neighborhood, that the neighbors are,
So should I report the neighbors also when they park on the street? Because it's
you
a
know
public,
what? It's a public street.
it's a public street,
Right,
yeah.
they're not operating business.
Again, the same concerns. You've got 6 guests listed on there, but the young lady has mentioned that there are apparently a lot more. And
The Airbnb has 10 listed for this property, not 6.
It's for the kids because we have the.
okay, so just for clarification, the total number that we allow is the total number of guests.
Even if
not
they're
adults,
infants?
Even if they're infants.
Okay.
So that, I did
Yeah, it's
remember that
just
discussion.
guests.
So
Okay.
if it's 5 adults and 3 minor children, that's it. It's not 8. I mean, technically you can have 8 adults, and if they're all buddies from high school that are married and they each have several kids, you can imagine the number of people that are going to be in the home. So yes, in the application, that's why it says maximum number of guests, not maximum number of adults.
Okay. Could we amend the application here?
How many bedrooms is there?
There's 4 bedrooms.
This one says 3.
There's 4 bedrooms. Oh, sorry. This is 4147 Northwest 43rd. There's 3 bedrooms, but there's 4 beds in the home. Sorry.
How do you get there?
There's 2 full beds, and there's a kind of a really large room. It's like 21 by 21, and there's 2 full beds inside that room for kids to stay in. So we have 1 king bed, for parents or whatever. We have one queen bed, and then 2 full beds in the house. And then we also have, pack and play, bassinet, those kind of things.
How many bathrooms?
How many
Baths.
bathrooms? 2 bathrooms, 2 full bathrooms.
But that's how we get to our guest number.
I'm inclined with the fact that if you've operated it up to this point, and we've had issues with noise, I'm almost inclined to stay at 6, and then if you want to bring it up in a year,
Okay.
next year, and you may have to remind us, but it's almost like if you do well, then we'll give you the extra one. But I'm very concerned that we have people protesting that saying there's already issues with noise. Right.
Okay.
So that's kind of where I'm at with this.
Me too, and I'll say that, if you do operate this and there are no protests, or then you become a good neighbor, we have no issues.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we able to clarify like the hot tub part on there since that's?
So that's what the quiet hours are for. You can't be outside making noise after
9 p.m.
So it says quiet hour, it does say quiet hours and it does say no partying, but it also says 24-hour hot tub.
As long as they're really quiet in the hot tub, they can be outside at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
I don't want to limit the use if someone wants to go out at 11 o'clock at night and have a glass of wine.
Yeah.
Right?
That seems reasonable.
Your biggest recourse is going to be the action center. I mean, because we don't live in the neighborhood. And so, to the point that Don made earlier, like for both of you, it's like the best thing that you guys can do is foster a good relationship with your neighbors, because if they show up and say, hey, everything's fine, or if they don't show up at all, we're going to assume everything is fine. And so that's easier to say, hey, can you bump the number of occupants up on this? Because as far as we can see, it's been managed properly. And conversely, on the flip side of that is, I know it's not your responsibility, and it's troubling, but if folks are not adhering to these rules and you make calls to the Action Center, that information is going to come in that next application when it's time for renewal, and it will be very hard to justify approving, these renewals in the face of a lot of evidence that shows that it's not being managed properly. So I think that's important to look at on both sides.
Yeah, I don't think there's any like malintention on their part. Like that was never what I was trying to suggest. It's just the management of the property and guests. So, which is hard, especially when you have 13 of them just today.
Okay.
Make a motion.
Yeah,
I think we're ready for, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm ready.
Motion to approve case number 15662 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. Quiet hours are from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., 4-car maximum, and for a term of 1 year. And no on-street parking, I believe it's on there, the last one.
Okay, motion and a second, cast your votes. You're approved.
And, I mean, I think we incorporated I guess I would clarify the 24 hours on the hot tub. You know, I don't want to limit the use, to a certain time, but make sure that they're aware that, hey, if you're going to use it after that 9 p.m., honor that.
Okay.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I think we're ready for another one.
I didn't see it go through. Item number 11, case number 15663 is a renewal application of Sontarn of Easy Rentals to allow home sharing, 3841 Northwest 13th Street.
Okay.
I guess I just need to know how many cars we want to do on this one.
I've got one protest in the packet,
Okay.
but nobody signed up to speak on this one. We're on item 11, 3841 Northwest 13th Street. Is there anybody want to address the board on this application? Anything from the board?
I was going to say it's a renewal, so I mean.
Right. It's a 3-bedroom,
Yes.
1.5 bath, 2 bath.
2-bath.
You have 6 guests on it.
Yes.
3-car maximum,
Yeah, it's a really long driveway, but a 3-car can fit.
and no on-street parking.
Correct.
Term for 1 year.
1 year as well?
Yeah, because it's a new one.
That's just a renewal.
This one's renewal.
Renewal.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm inclined to do 3.
I'm good with 3.
So.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Now, this protest and reading the protest, it's same stuff. It's
But
noise.
there can't be, because there's no one staying at the home. This is for number 11. There should be no I didn't receive any protests.
It's in the packet.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want
But
mine?
yes, please.
This one's in compliance.
Because there is the written protest, but I think it has more to do with when you were building it than,
We
because
haven't
no
even
one
be-
stayed in it yet.
We haven't begun work on this house either. Yeah, someone else wants to buy the home. No one's contacted, I don't know. I haven't seen this. This is the first time I've seen this letter.
Well, I'll say contact the protestants and give them your information so they have your contact information. It's on the bottom.
Oh, yeah, I see.
So I'm confused, what do we mean that there's, work hasn't started?
The house is not renovated.
Okay. But you
Starting
operate,
to get renovated.
you operated it for the last year?
No, I haven't operated the home.
Who filed the original application?
I did.
But you just didn't use
Yeah,
it?
we're just proactive.
Okay.
So you've not been renting it out for the last year then?
So
Correct.
we don't know, so 1
We
year.
don't really have some data as to how the management has gone with regards to the Airbnb itself. Okay.
Yeah, because the protesters even claiming having to call the police.
There's no one staying there, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was because of the trash and,
There's no trash at the home. I don't understand, because there's no,
maybe there was people. Yeah, who
yeah,
knows?
it could be the wrong house, another house somewhere else, I
Could
don't
be.
know.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion for 1 year on this
Because it
one also.
doesn't have a history, so that's why I would go with 1 year,
Okay.
Okay. Is there anybody wants
or
to?
maximum.
Nobody signed up to speak on this one. Does anybody want to address the board on item 11, 3841 Northwest 13th? I'm ready for a motion.
All right, motion to approve case number 15663 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements with special exceptions with the following modifications. Quiet hours from 9 PM to 8 AM, 3-car maximum for a term of 1 year.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. And you're approved.
Item number 12, case number 15664, a renewal application of Sontran Easy Rentals LLC to allow home sharing at 3324 Northwest 23rd.
Okay. Nobody signed up to speak on this one. Cars. Is there anybody wants to address the board on this application? Okay.
Now, have you operated, well, hold on here, renewal application expired October. Okay.
Yeah, it's been a long-term since around September. We rented out for a month-long, because we went and traveled for a little bit, so we rented out month-long.
Okay. How many cars are we wanting on this one?
How many cars
You
do you want?
can fit like
lot.
7 cars there, because we
You
poured
take
a,
access from the Sonic?
you have to access from Sonic, because, yeah, it's right off 23rd Street,
Driveway.
and we don't have a driveway.
Oh, how many guests?
8 guests, 4 rooms.
Is
Two
it
baths?
4-bedroom house?
There's the 4 bedrooms, yeah.
It's little.
2 baths?
2 baths, 2 full baths.
How many cars?
6.
Okay.
Can easily.
We only have like 3 or 4 cars that ever come, but,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so I've got quiet hours, I've got a 1-year term, and 6-car maximum. That's what I'm gonna propose. Can I make a motion?
I think we're ready.
All right, motion to approve case number 15664 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. Quiet hours are from 9 PM to 8 AM, 1-year term, 6-car max.
Second. Sorry.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Okay, you're approved.
Item number 13, case number 15665 is a renewal application of Sontran of Easy Rentals LLC to allow home sharing at 2919 Northwest 32nd Street.
We're on number 13, and I don't have anybody signed up for that one. Does anybody want to address the board on this application? Okay.
You fit 4 cars in that, or 3? What are your thoughts?
It's got 6 guests, so three cars.
Yeah, we always do 3 cars.
Okay.
Does it have 3 bedrooms? It's a pretty small house.
Yes. Yeah, 3 bedrooms, 1, 2 baths.
Okay. Same amendments as the prior ones, so. Anyone sign up on this one?
Yeah, not on this one.
All right. No one's here to speak? Can I make a motion?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay. Motion to approve case number 15665 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements of its special exceptions with the following amendments: quiet hours 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., 3-car maximum for a term of 1 year.
Second.
Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Number 14 was withdrawn.
Yes. Number 15.
Item number 15, case number 15667 is a renewal application of Sontran of Easy Rentals LLC to allow home sharing at 1824 Northeast 52nd Street. Let's see, number 15, we do have people signed up to speak. Number 15, looks like Andrea Holman.
It is.
All right,
How
you're
are
up.
you? My name is Andrea Holman, and I am 5312 North Wisconsin. I've been living in the Wildcats Park Estates North, Cash and Wildwoods neighborhood for over 50 years. Our neighborhood is totally against Airbnbs. We invest in our people, and we're investing in our neighborhood. And those are some of the things and the oppositions that we have with the Airbnbs coming into our neighborhood. We've had several occasions and incidences where we've had people walking in the neighborhood with their dogs, which almost cost a fight. See, our neighborhood is very close, and we talk, and we respond to one another. So the way that we respond to one another is that we deal with what is going on. And so we have one incident that I do recall is that we had a young lady that was walking a dog that was on from 52nd. We are in the Adventure District, okay? So we're having major problems in that particular area, not with crime or, our crime has arisen, but in particularly, we are seeing new people coming in. Our community is one with children and one with the elderly, and they have built our community, and that's the way we want to keep it, is that we keep our children safe. And what we have said on there is sometimes we know who pedophiles are when they come because they have to register. But when we have an Airbnb as such, we don't know. And our kids play in our neighborhood frequently. Again, we've had some incidences with the elderly being taken advantage of. So those are some of our concerns that we do have, okay? Again, I was talking about the woman with the dog, and the dog used the restroom on our streets. This almost caused her some really, really major problems because they're going to tell you, you need to pick that up. Well, she didn't have anything to pick it up with. This is a problem. Again, we don't want to see violence and we don't want to see anything like that, so we are trying to be neighborly to the Oklahoma City Zoo. We are trying to be neighborly to the Kirkpatrick Center. People who come into our neighborhoods and they come and not let us know that they are purchasing our homes and things like that, especially when they're not on the market. So those are some of our concerns that we're having. And we do take offense to the home that is not presented on this screen, because that home is yellow and green. That our homes are very conservative. We are a conservative neighborhood. So we are. And so we take pride in our neighborhood. Yes, we do have some dilapidated homes. We are taking care of those now. I am now currently the president, and I will be seeing that we will be taking care of those homes. So as far as us with the green and yellow home, no, we are not in agreement with that one. But we are moving forward, and we are saying, yes, we are trying to take care of our neighborhood. Again, we just don't want, our homes are not investment properties. They are not commercialized, but we are residents. And like I said, I am the youngest and probably here. And a lot of our neighbors are 50 plus in our neighborhood. And we want to keep the culture, we want to keep the history, and we want to keep living in our neighborhood. As far as it being a home that you're seeing, an Airbnb, it's not a long-term, it is a short-term. The slide that you presented to us, it was misleading. It would have you to believe as one that we are not there for the long haul. We are there for the long haul. We don't know you guys. We don't have anything, like they said, against you, but we are family oriented. Okay? When people see that your homes are vacant, our teenagers are probably going to go inside of them.
They've tried.
Oh, they will. They're not going to try. They will go inside.
You
So
try to
that's a
address us,
nuisance
guys.
to us, huh?
Just the board.
Okay. That is a nuisance to us, because our teenagers will go and have a party. And that's just one of those that we are a long-term community. Thank you.
Anything from the board? All right.
Should I
I do.
respond?
I have a Barbara Roberts.
If I start trembling, that's because I'm freezing. I know that I'm the last,
Excuse me,
probably the
give
last.
us your name and address first.
Barbara Roberts. I live at, in my parents' home, 1724 Northeast 56th Street. They are deceased, and I now live there. And I said I wasn't going to say this, but I am going to say it. I'm living in a home that has been lived in over 50 years. And I was watching OETA last night, and they were talking about reconstruction. And I thought about this, and I'm going to say it, by any means necessary. And that's what's happening to the Park Estate, Cash and Wildwood neighborhood, by any means necessary. And unfortunately, those means are redlining, buying up real estate, also raising property taxes, which this will do. And if it raised property taxes, of course, that means that I, because of my fixed income, will possibly or could lose my home in the long run. Also, it's talking about wealth. If you come into my neighborhood because you're wealthy and you're able to buy property, and I'm not able to go to the bank that you go to get the loan or the money to get that property because of the color of my skin. And that's something that I've lived with for over years. And I'm also saying not being able to just common sense things. I've lived a long time. I've lived in different neighborhoods. So I've seen where people have come into neighborhoods and said that we're going to renew them, and then you can move back. But we were never able to move back. I've witnessed a lot of history, and I may not be able to come in your neighborhood and have a B&B right next door to you, but I do not want a B&B next door to me, or Airbnb. I'm concerned about my neighborhood. After listening to you all and seeing you all pass, the 1704 is an application that I do not want to pass. I do not want to be here in a year and you are extending that application. I may not even be able to be here, and my family will have to be here to deny or ask for you to deny that application. You've taken our land, you've taken our property, you've done everything you can to erase our history. 1704 Northeast 56th Street, which is about 4 houses from me, do not need to be an Airbnb. Have nothing against Airbnbs. I just don't want it in my block. I don't want it in the Park Estate, Cashion, Wildwood neighborhood. The person, Ron Santran, already has an Airbnb. He's making an application for other Airbnbs. That's the beginning of the end for me. He may not know it, Santran, or he may know it. But I think there might be a couple of people up there in you all's council who know what I'm talking about. You all come and get our land by any means necessary. And I've lived through it. I've seen it. I do not want 1704. I think that's already been painted pink. Already been painted pink. I don't want, I really do not want Mr. Santran, who just got passed. I don't want that pass on 56th Street. I do not want it. I'm fighting for my future generation. And we haven't stopped fighting, and we never will stop fighting. But this time, today, as freezing cold as I am, as old as I am, and as tired as you all are, and as tired as I am, please, for once, do not do PASSED on this one. Thank you so much.
For the record, I think her comments were on the next item.
Yeah.
We're on 1824 Northeast 52nd, so. She's commenting on the next case, not this one. And that's fine. We'll take a protest out of order. She's commenting on the next case, not this one. Right. Close enough. We'll take the protest out of order. Right now, we're on it's item number 15, 1824 Northeast 52nd. Does anybody else want to address the board on that application? Okay, if there's nothing from the board, I think wait a minute.
I'm speaking on that. I don't live there, but also in the neighborhood.
Give us your name and
I'm
address
sorry.
first.
Okay, Benita Edwards. And I live at 5925 North Terry Avenue,
Okay?
and I'm in the neighborhood. I'm a vice president of the association. I'm speaking on behalf, because we did send in letters. We got the neighbors, all of the neighbors signed letters, all of them on those streets, signed letters protesting it.
And those are in the record.
Okay, I didn't hear that at first, so I didn't know.
It's in the packet.
On both streets. I'm 83 years old. I have been over there 56 years in that neighborhood. I don't want the Airbnb houses. I agree with what has been said as far as the houses being on sale. I have friends that want to buy houses over there, but these houses didn't ever advertise as they're going to be sold or anything. I don't know how they obtained them or how they knew that the houses were. I don't even know if one was vacant. I know the one on 56 was vacant, not that long. But I don't know how, they never had a sign. We didn't know that they were for sale because we could have gotten people to buy them, families. I feel like if you keep getting the Airbnbs in, we won't be a neighborhood anymore. We won't have neighbors. We won't get to know those people, and those people get to know us. I appreciate you all letting us know this, because before we have two women's homes that people are from getting out of prison. Nobody said nothing about it. And when one of the neighbors called to ask about it, they were saying, well, they could do it. They didn't have to let anybody know about it. And, I'm just thinking that you're trying to put anything and everything in our neighborhood. And so I want to say that I'm against it. I signed a letter that's saying that I'm against it. And I just want you all to know I am.
Okay.
I want to know, where do you live?
Address your comments to us.
Okay, I just want to know if they lived in our neighborhood.
Why don't you check with them after?
Okay.
Give them your contact info if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Please.
Can I make remarks to?
Yes, please.
Okay. So there's a lot to unpack. We got kind of two houses mixed up there at one time. So the Northeast 56, well, I'll start on 52nd since that's the next one. I like color. I don't like, to have a white and black house. I like to have color in the things that I do and the places that I live. So we kept the historic brick because I want to keep the history of each of the homes. We painted the fascia, we painted the woods, we painted the trims, we painted them color because we want to have an inviting home for kids. We own this house. Actually, I don't know if I wrote it on the application. This is themed towards my work. I'm an astronomer, so I themed the whole house after space things. So we only have kids, families come, they like to walk from this house, walk down to the zoo, to the science museum, and that's all that we have day in and day out, are just families with kids that come and they walk down and you can just check the reviews. They always say, I love the home. It's really nice. It's great for my kids. It's great for my family. That's all we have at this home. Addressing other things, like even James, who's James Cooper, one of the council members, he talks about this all the time. We shouldn't demonize who rents homes, because even your homeowner next door, your uncle, your pastor, any of those people could be pedophiles, as they tried to allude to. Jeffrey Dahmer, John Wayne Gacy, those were homeowners. So using the logic that you don't know who's going to be in your home next door, they're going to be a pedophile, that can apply to anyone on that whole block. Or any block in any part of the city. It's just, we are very strict on who we allow into our home. We have their IDs. We know who they are. They always come with families. Let's see. I've never heard of this incident with the dog. I don't even think it is relating to my house, because they just said somewhere on 52nd Street they're walking with the dog. We typically don't allow pets in this home. And then, another thing regarding the letters. Yes, the neighborhood signed about 20 letters, but if you notice, none of our direct neighbors signed any of these letters. Can you give the address for me, please?
1724 Northeast 56th Street.
Your 5 houses
No,
away.
we're not on that case.
Even on that particular case, 1724 would be across the street, right?
Your house.
Okay, wait a minute, one at a time, and we're going to address the board. Go ahead, Nick.
Okay. So regarding the house, sorry.
Okay, wait just a minute.
Yeah.
Nick, you're up.
Okay, so regarding the house 1724 Northeast 56, it's not rented at all right now. It's still under construction as a...
Hold your comments. That's the next case.
Okay. I thought it was all combined together. Sorry.
That's all right. Okay, we are on item 15,
Yes.
1824 Northeast 52nd.
Yes, sir. I do apologize
No,
for
no problem.
speaking out of turn. I really and truly do. The house that is located on 52nd, there were at least 6 neighbors that opposed. So there were 6 houses that were right in the same block, same street, same side, everything. So we did
Do
have...
we have those letters? Because I checked all the addresses and I didn't see those. They were neighbors. I know my neighbor on my west side of the property. I talked to them, they're okay. I put a brand new fence up on their side of the house. The neighbors on the east side, I've tried to talk to, but just maybe timing or something, we haven't ever met. I put a brand new fence on their side of the house as well, stretching their holes and length of their house to protect their dogs. The neighbor on my rear, I also put a brand new fence, stockade fence, stretching the whole length of the property. So the neighbors on each side have full privacy, and I haven't heard any complaints. From either neighbor on either side.
Well, I've heard them. And the complaints were in the back of one of the homes, that the fence that you did put up, a tree is coming up. And she is on 51st Street. So it's right behind your home. So I thought that we were supposed to get homes that were like, 300 square feet? Was that when they were notified? Because the streets that were notified were streets on Northeast 51st and Northeast 52nd. So we went and we received the signatures, we received the letter, we did the letters, and our neighbors did sign those letters. So yes, we did. As far as demonizing, we do not do that. Our neighborhood is multicultural. So we do not do that. But the thing of it is that when you do statistics and when you're looking at things that are affecting neighborhoods, we have to say those things. It's not that we're demonizing. It's not that we're stating the facts of what is happening in our neighborhood. We can only tell you what happened because we live there day in and day out. We know what redlining is. We know what gentrification looks like, and we're seeing it right now. As far as the property values going up, yes, they are going up, but that is a strategy. If you know anything about gentrification, that is a strategy. Our homes are already, we are already fixing our homes. We have outreach programs in our neighborhood association that we're doing things with our neighbors. So no, sir, we are doing and we are working on getting our neighborhood to the standard and the culture that we're used to and accustomed to. Our parents worked hard for these homes. Our parents are living in these homes, and now they're being passed down. Some of them are some of them are being taken for taxes. But we want a neighborhood. We don't want a commercial zone. Yes, we're in Adventure District, and we're asking, hey, do what Texas is doing. Do what Florida is doing. They have an Airbnb area of what they're doing. They have it where people won't have to complain about what's going on in their residential areas. This is a resident, not a commercial. And that's what I have to say about that one. And I'm addressing you, and please appeal, because we have been fighting fights that is just horrific, and we're still fighting them. We do not want to be displaced. And having Airbnbs will put a damper on displacing us as a neighborhood. We have block parties. We do things with one another. We have the neighborhood night outs. So as far as you guys coming in and making our neighborhoods better, no, our neighborhood is better. That's why we lived there for over 50 years. This is why we're crying and pleading out. Airbnbs should have their own district. They should have their own arena, and not in our neighborhoods, because we do question who is coming beside us.
Just want to make a quick comment.
Hang on just a
You're on
second.
56.
Just want to make a quick comment that the Board of Adjustment's not the ones that said, hey, we're going to allow Airbnbs at this point.
Yes.
That is something to be taken up with your city council, and I
Done.
would encourage you to talk to them to see what can be done.
Yes, sir.
But as far as us, we have certain criteria that we need to follow, and as long as that criteria is met, there's no reason that we should deny that,
Right.
right? So,
Right.
but I fully understand, because we do get a lot of Airbnb applications every couple of weeks, right? So
Yes, sir.
that's something that
they've had
needs.
complaints. They have had complaints on that house, and I've seen the complaints because I do my research. And they've had the airwigs. Yeah, am I right or wrong? At the what do you call that? At the jacuzzi. We've seen that. We've seen the roaches. We've seen all of that. And those are the things that we have been looking at. So it's not that it has not ever had any complaints whatsoever. They have. But I understand what you're saying, and yes, sir, we will take that up with our council.
I would encourage you to do that, and then use the
Will.
Action Center to report any sort of occurrences.
Done. It's a done deal. Thank you.
I'll just make,
Barbara, which one do you want to comment on?
Yes, I just have to say something. One of the most important things that I got out of that TV program last night was that at the beginning, which is the Park Estate Northeast Wildwood Cashion neighborhood, was 80% black with Spanish and other people in it. At the end of 3 years, it was 90% white. And that was because they had money, wealth and money. Remember, I started out with any means necessary to get our neighborhoods. Please, do not okay the application. Please, please, because of what you all have been doing, it's just it's unbelievable that you would, it's really unbelievable that you would use some technicality that they've passed the qualifications. No, they haven't passed the qualifications because he haven't lived in that neighborhood for over 50 years. So that's the first qualification that he has not passed.
Unfortunately, it's not one of the qualifications. The reason he's here is because he does not live in that home.
But people have used all kinds of technicalities for over years and years and years by any means necessary to get it done. And I'm out. You all have a blessed day.
I understand what you're saying.
No, you don't understand.
Well, I just want to address it briefly.
No, you don't.
I just want to address it briefly again so that it's clear. I don't think any of us here are unfamiliar with some of the issues and some of the checkered past in the east side of Oklahoma City. And you're correct. There have been some egregious things that have happened where people have taken advantage and done things that I don't think that any of us that live here in Oklahoma City are proud of. That being said, there's an appropriate place and a venue for a given argument. And so, as Roberto alluded to earlier, City Council would be where your particular arguments would be made. And I think that they're valid arguments. Personally, outside of my role as a member of Board of Adjustment, I think that they're valid arguments. It's just that those arguments here, I understand,
time, Barbara.
but those arguments here, they won't be effective because we're limited in what we can do. It would be like showing up to a fast food chain that serves burgers and asking them to start selling tacos. That decision is made at a different level. So I'm only able to use the tools that I've been granted here, and that's simply the message we're trying to say. We're not trying to downplay your concerns or say that they're not important. It's just that we're limited in what we can do here, and a lot of the things that are being brought up are things that we have no control over.
Can I make one more comment as well? So I didn't mean to say that we're coming in and improving the neighborhood. That's not the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make are these houses that we got were both from foreclosure list. The Northeast 56 house, I know we're talking about 1824 Northeast 52nd. They were both gotten from foreclosure. They were both vacated and both gutted on the inside. The Northeast 56 house had vagrants in it, taking over the house and cutting wires and cutting all the materials out of the house. So I'm saying we're improving those particular houses, and we're trying to help get the vandals, the vagrants, stop that in the neighborhood. We're trying to gentrify the whole neighborhood. And on that note as well, all these people, if they've been living in their home for years, they can go and file a homestead. And then their property taxes they'll be set amount that they can increase, which I think is 3% a year. So they can get the benefit of having all the extra equity. As they said, the neighborhood is nice. People are renovating. You can tell the homeowners are renovating the neighborhood. It's getting better and it looks really nice. And they can benefit from tapping into their equity while not paying an increase of property tax. We'll pay the increase of property tax. We'll do our share, but they can use the equity that they're getting and not pay the property tax on it as well.
Okay, one at a time and address the board. I think we're finished and I'm ready for a motion.
I just want to get one clarification. Your application says 3 car. I think that we discussed 4 cars. You're good with 4?
Yeah, I'm good with 4.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We only ever have 2 cars there, but I'm good with 4.
Okay. All right. Motion to approve case number 15667 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. Quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., 4-car maximum for a term of 1 year.
Second.
Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Okay.
Item number 16, case number 15668, application of Sontran of Cash Flow Holdings LLC to allow home share, 1704 Northeast 56th Street.
Okay, Andrew, you signed up on this one also. Okay. Okay. All right. Nobody else signed up?
Number of vehicles? Is that a 3? Can you fit 3 in that driveway, or is that a 2?
4. It's pretty.
It's a really big driveway. You can fit up to 4, but yeah, 2, 3 is fine.
Okay, I'll just say 4-car max.
3-bedroom.
Yes, 3-bedroom. 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom.
Ready for a motion?
Yes.
Okay, motion to approve case number 15668 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. Quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., 1 year for a term of 1 year, and a 4-car maximum.
Second.
Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Okay, next.
Item number 17, case number 15668, the renewal application for Sontran of Sunshine Capitals LLC to allow home sharing, 1216 Northwest 34th Street.
All right, nobody signed up to speak on this one?
Now, this is a renewal. Have you operated this for the last year?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
There aren't any protests in the packet. Anybody to address the board on this one?
This is 3 bedrooms.
Yes, this is 3 bedrooms, 2 bath.
Number of vehicles?
3.
We do 3, because 1 per bedroom.
So on this one, it looks like you applied within the time and you've operated it, so I'm willing to go 3-year on this one.
Okay.
We ready for a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Motion to approve case number 15669 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following amendments. Quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., 3-car maximum for a term of 3 years.
Second.
Motion and a second. Cast your votes.
She's frozen.
Item number 18, case number 15670 is a renewal application of,
Hold on.
Did I vote?
No, we haven't voted
Hold on,
yet.
Cindy. We're
Oh.
still,
There it goes.
yeah, we just,
There we go.
system froze.
Okay.
okay.
Next one.
Okay, so item number 18, case number 15670 is a renewal application of Sontran of BE Reynolds LLC to allow home sharing, 1540 Northwest 40th.
I think this is your request for a continuance. Thank you for being patient.
Yes, sir, it is. My name is Brimmer. I'm an attorney, and I'm here on behalf of Brian Jones and his wife, Jennifer Boyle. They had a long-planned out-of-state vacation that conflicts with today's date. I also think this matter is somewhat distinct from those that the board has heard thus far, in that this is one of the properties that has been in operation, and Mr. Jones and Ms. Boyle will be able to speak to the occurrences over that period of time, many of which are in direct contravention with the board's order allowing the first special permit. And so for that reason, I think that their presentation and their firsthand account to the board would be particularly helpful. I am prepared to speak if you're disinclined to continue, but the homeowners would very, very much like to be here in person and share with you their firsthand account.
Are there items that weren't covered in Brian Jones' email? And he did file, I think he called it a request or motion for a continuance. Is there anything to add that they want to say that's not in here already?
Well, in addition to the email, I assume you mean also the written protest and the exhibit supplemental materials.
Yeah.
At least one item, and I have a video on flash drive. I don't know if there's a way to receive that. It occurred just last weekend, and so it's not been previously submitted. It is video footage of 4 a.m. Outside Mr. Jones' residence. On the video, there are 6 cars and 7 adults congregated in the driveway of the Airbnb unit at 4 in the morning. And so both continued occurrences that are not in the packet, and frankly, I suspect there will continue to be occurrences to which Mr. Jones and Ms. Boyle could speak.
You have a problem with the continuance?
Yes, and I would like to speak to these exact matters. As she alluded to, there was an incident that happened there last week. If you could go to slide number 31. Thank you so much. So at this incident that happened on June 15th, like I said, I have cameras on all my properties. We were actually up when this happened. We got up at 5 a.m. that day, and we saw this happening live. So in the morning, I couldn't link the videos. Well, the videos are linked, but I couldn't embed the videos into the PDF. But you can browse those videos as well. I have them all recorded. The whole interaction is there. So at around 4:30 in the morning, just a random and completely unrelated car went by my house, blaring loud music, and parked at the neighbor's house to the east of the property. And you can see that indicated on the picture above. The car went to the neighbor's house and parked there and just sat there playing music. My guests came about 20 minutes later. There were no cars on the driveway, and then all of a sudden my guests come up, and then the neighbors come out screaming and yelling at them. Some vulgarities were said, which is understandable, it's early in the morning, but my guest said, this is not us, this is not my people, I am not part of those people are not part of my group, I don't know who they are. And Jennifer, at the time, was the one that was screaming and yelling, said, okay, I understand. And then she went back inside. My guests came to the house, and I even watched them. They said, if you're coming here, you need to park on the driveway. So they directed the 3 cars that are my 3 guests onto my driveway. And then about 15 or so minutes later, the car turns around and goes back the other way, blaring the music again. And that's when Jennifer and her husband at the time, Brian, came outside of the house, and they were screaming and yelling. And then that started a scene. My guests, you can watch the videos, my guests never used profanities, they never yelled, they didn't raise their voice. They said, you weren't, and I'm quoting them, why are you mad at us though? It wasn't them. Even you said it was the other people, it's not us. And then another one of the guests came out and said, why are you mad at us? This is not we didn't wake you up, it is not our fault. So it was just this event was a huge, huge misunderstanding, I believe. And you can watch the full video. She also has a record of the video, but I put the full video up there, and you can watch all the clips. It's on Google Drive. And it was just, I think, a true misunderstanding between what happened. It wasn't my guest that caused the issue, it was the neighboring house. And if you go to slide 27 for me, please. So the neighbor to the east, 4021 North McKinley, he actually owns that block. He lives at one. His name is John, and he also has renters at that front house. I believe they're the ones that had either guest over or something. I don't know. It was unrelated to my house, and I think the problems between 1540 and 1544, which is Brian and Jennifer, that was just a misunderstanding between the events that transpired. But the residence directly to my east, which is the 4021 North McKinley with John, he actually reached out to us and said, we've had no worries or issues at all with this property. And I've talked to, and my workers have also talked to the tenants that are living on the north side of his property. They've had no issues with how we operate, how we run. They've had no issues with our home at all. And their house is actually closer in spatial configurations, closer to the backyard, closer to the hot tub, closer to my bedrooms than 1544. They have a whole huge yard separating they put up a new fence, which is a whole different other issue. And I believe that the 1544, which is Brian and Jennifer, actually have, I think they're just very aggressive neighbors that are, even my own guests say that they're very rude and mean, and there's a long history, but I think from day one, since they wanted to purchase my property, and then I said no, they've been kind of standoffish. And then a few weeks later, they trespassed onto my property and tore down my metal fence, my chain link fence. And since that day, when we told them you need to get a survey and stop all your work, it's not been very neighborly, to say the very least. So I think they're very biased in that sense, because they want this property, or for some reason they were just trying to encroach. But on the next slide, I include the, yes, thank you. On the next slide, I include I give my phone numbers out to all my neighbors if I can get a hold of them. And I gave him my number so we can talk, and he even admitted to coming onto my property, destroying my chain link fence, refusing to get a survey, wanted me to pay for his survey, which was an egregious amount of $3,800. I refused to pay that amount because whoever's charging $3,800 was supposed to be half, so $7,600 for a survey is ridiculous for a residential home. I said, you need to get a survey before you continue working on the home, before you continue working on your fence. He said no. I said, stop all your work till I finish my survey. I got my survey, and I said, you can continue working on your fence. He got very defensive and aggressive and said, don't contact me anymore. And we said, you were the one that contacted us in the very beginning. So we've tried to be accommodating, and not just accommodating, we're trying to be respectful of the neighbors and trying to, give way a little bit here and there, but I think he's just a very aggressive neighbor, because the neighbor just the other side, which is an even closer home, and there's more possibilities there, because there's 3 people living on one lot, 3 families living on one lot, none of them have any complaints.
This is for the board. Procedurally, we got a request for a continuance and an objection to that. Do we want to take up the continuance first, or just hear the case?
Do you have a date that your clients are wanting to continue to?
Our understanding is your next date is July 18th, and they are fully able and willing to be here that date.
I would rather not. I won't be here for that date, so then it would have to be continued even further, and I don't think that's appropriate. They had, plenty of time to know. They're the ones that reported this house repeatedly, so they're constantly watching the house. They knew exactly when it was, not just a month ago, not just 2 months ago. For many months, they knew when this would be coming up, so.
I believe this application was filed in May, is that correct?
For this one, yes.
Yes, so the hearing date was set sometime after May, after they already had these travel plans, and would really impress upon the board the importance, especially if the applicant's presentation is going to be largely about litigating neighbor conduct, to have the neighbors here in person for that.
I can do either one, whatever the board wants to do.
I'm torn. I definitely, if the 18th date doesn't work for the applicant, then it would push it back further delaying the process. On the flip side, one thing that we've always been strong about is, hey, you guys be your own advocate. We tell people that, and here these folks are, they're trying to be. They couldn't be here, but yet they've hired counsel, so you definitely can't say they're not taking it serious. But if we don't do it to July, what are we looking at in terms of August? August 1st? Yeah, I don't know that we want to, I don't know.
You're
I'm
still
all
operating,
ears.
right?
Yeah, I'm still currently operating, yeah, because I thought that, it's just a mix-up, but
I
I
would
thought
vote
that
to
we would have it
continue.
already, yeah.
So I got a question. One of the pages in the packet says that Brian is counsel for,
His wife.
Yes, Brian is himself a licensed attorney, and so he's appearing on behalf of himself and his wife.
okay.
But given that
But he
they
is
couldn't-
representing himself
Yes.
and, okay,
Yes.
I just want to make sure. I'm inclined, but I also want to make sure that you're not operating as an Airbnb out of, against the code. So I don't know if we can grant a special exceptions or, for him to continue operating during this time until the next date that we can hear this case.
So is his time, the time he was granted by the last special exception, has that expired?
It says
Do we
it
know
had
that?
expired, yes.
And so at this point, if he continued to operate, he'd be in violation of the code.
Correct.
He made application today so
Right.
that he would not be in violation of the code.
Correct.
So the decision you have, of course, is to have him operate in violation of the code.
Right, and that's
or-
why I'm asking, is there a way that we can provide some relief during this interim time?
And if I may, he has been operating during the interim time, whether in violation or not.
Yeah, I just want to be mindful that he's trying to get in compliance right now.
Right.
Sure.
Take the,
And we cannot agree not to enforce the code.
Right,
The code is enforced if there's a
and
complaint.
I can't do anything shorter than in 1 year, even though I've tried in certain cases. So
So, yeah, you do have a dilemma here.
I also think, sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. It may be pertinent, the number of other properties that Mr. Tran is operating. This is not obviously his only source of income. The number of permits that's been passed just today alone shows that, this is a stream of income kind of business, and I doubt that one additional month in order for the homeowners to really be heard is going to work an economic hardship.
I would like to remark on that she doesn't know our personal financial situation and how many people we're trying to subsidize from these specific homes. this home alone helps more than 5 or 6 families in Oklahoma.
So, if you continue it to August the 1st, you have an applicant. And one way to view this is that the applicant is who brought the matter to you. And so you have a response that is due to the applicant. Other people are giving you input on the application that was submitted, but they're not the applicant. So that's just a thing to consider.
And it's not just the special exception, it's also the license. So those are code, sends out a violation.
That's correct. Code enforcement, if you deny the application today and he continued to operate, well, he filed the application, so that would be one of the outcomes possible from his application. But if you approve the application that he brought, he would have done all that he could to come in compliance with the code.
Right.
So if you chose not to hear his application because someone who did not bring the application to you didn't want you to, you're not hearing everything that could be heard, but you still have to respond to the applicant.
Do we not stay, is there not some sort of stay during?
There's not a stay, unfortunately.
What is the application of the current license? What is the expiration date, of the current license?
April 30th.
Well, the special exception expired April 24th. And so what's happening is that they're getting their license after they get their special exception, and so they feel like they still have time on their license when their special exception, and they don't always match. But however, and when I looked it up, I didn't write the date, but it said it had an expired license,
So it's
he applied
currently-
for this in May for his Board of Adjustment.
And it expired in April?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's another part, that in all of these, something to consider is that your obligation is to respond to an application, considering all of the evidence that's presented to you, so.
Is the evidence going to include more than this one incident?
It would just be able to include the firsthand accounts from both husband and wife as to what they have witnessed and experienced. Living next to this home, including a firsthand account that will demonstrate the information provided in the application is at best incomplete and at worst false, and that the home has been operated outside of the express conditions imposed upon it by the board last time it was.
Well, that is a very good point, which is that there's a remedy. In the event you approve the renewal application and there are things that occur that are outside of what you approved, either in the operation or in the things that the operation attracts, there's code enforcement, there's the police, there are other remedies available to those who might be aggrieved by the approval of the application, but the applicant doesn't have another remedy if you don't approve the application, if that is what the facts lead you to. So that's something to consider.
I don't see that there were, obviously, and I don't know if we need to send out mass mailers to the Action Center number, because I feel like it's not utilized to its fullest capacity. At the same time, I'm not sure if we want to overwhelm the Action Center, so we may have to hire more people.
They would love for you to overwhelm.
So for these houses, I actually sent out hundreds of letters in each one. I didn't just do 300 feet, 10 owners. I sent out a half a mile block in each direction. You can see it from the mailings. Each one has like 200, 300 letters that I sent out. So I tried to incorporate as many. I sent out or at least I provided a list of over 1,200 people to send out letters to, if you combine all the applications together.
I was thinking one, I was like, no. On this particular one, we sent out 49.
49, yeah. So I did the whole big block right around the house. And then if you could also go to, because I would like to speak on some of the things that are being alleged.
If I could, I just
Hang
want
on,
to know
let's-
where we are procedurally before we do that. If the board is inclined to hear the application and rule on it today, I would ask to be permitted to make my presentation. It's just, I don't want to get into that before resolving the continuance issue.
Let's do a motion on the continuance, either up or down.
All right, well, I'm inclined to hear what additional information can be provided. But as it stands right now, I'm willing to listen to that today. And so I'm going to make a motion to deny the continuance, and then we can kind of get into the merits of the matter. So,
Okay, we got a motion to deny the continuance request. Did we get a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to deny the continuance. Cast your votes. Continuance denied. Now we're hearing the merits of the case.
Okay.
Go ahead, Nick.
Okay.
Anything else you want to
Okay,
add?
I
or
wasn't,
was-
yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure if the board had any additional questions. But if you could go back to slide 27, once they're ready. Slide 27, please. Okay. So, like I said, the disputes between us and the neighbor they've been there since we pretty much had the property. Between trying to purchase the home, and we said no, and then them getting upset, to encroaching upon our yard, destroying our property. It's just been ongoing. We've had guests, I've had personal friends stay at the home that have had things yelled at them, and they don't feel comfortable staying at that home anymore because of some of the things that were said to them. And those were personal friends, not on Airbnb, not on anything like that. They stayed at the home, and then they said, I will not stay here because of some of the things that were yelled at them across from the neighbor. And then we already talked about the June 15th event. If you could go to the slide number 29, please. So here's some of the reviews that we get from the home. Everyone loves the home. They're very, very respectful of the home itself. But then, as you can see, I highlighted it there in red on the right side. You can even see, we make sure we check on the guests. They brought in 3 cars into the house, and we saw that they brought 3 cars. And we told them, you need to move your car. You can move down to the 7-Eleven, you can move down to Walmart, and you have to carpool here. And we're ambassadors to the city, we have to be respectful, but we also have to enforce our rules. So he made sure he moved his cars and then carpooled over to the home. Then, and then additionally that night, he had the cops called on him just because he was sitting outside in the backyard and he was chatting with some friends and listening to music on the phone. He even said he was trying to be very respectful. He wasn't playing loud music on speakers. He was just kind of relaxing in the tub, and the neighbors come yelling, screaming vulgarities again, which is a very common occurrence that anything that happens, they're like very sensitive and then start yelling and screaming. That's their first go-to, is to start yelling and screaming. If you can go to the next one, the next slide, please. And then this was the event that happened where there was the misunderstanding. The guests came and they loved the home. They were very respectful of the home. They had 6 people at the house that stayed the night. And in the public review, she said the neighbors were not the nicest, but then in the location part, and this is the only time we've gotten a bad review at this home. She gave us a 1-star on location because she said the neighbors were racist due to the things that were said at her. So I think this neighbor just has prejudice, or I don't know what's going on with him, but I think he's just not happy with the type of people that are coming. Maybe I can't speak to that, but I think just nothing will make this guy happy unless the house is vacated.
Questions or comments from the board? Go ahead.
Thank you. Importantly, this matter is not about the fact of an Airbnb, and it's not even about a personality dispute between neighbors. It is about the way the Airbnb has been operated and the divergence both from the requirements and from the application that you were presented with even today. There are material inaccuracies, not only in the 2023 application, but also in the application in front of you, where it's represented that the home has 3 rooms for 6 guests. But as is shown in the exhibits that Mr. Jones has provided, it is routinely advertised as having 4 rooms for 8 guests. And not only that, it has been converted into a duplex. So while it's being heard on a single residence docket, and with that demarcation, it's actually been turned into a duplex, and to the best of our knowledge, has been done so without appropriate building permits or zoning variances. So there are very real compliance issues on multiple levels. In addition to which, those same advertisements affirmatively advertise that the yard contains 2 hot tubs that can hold up to 14 people. So even though there's lip service paid in the advertisement to no parties, they advertise it for 8 people, which is already exceeding what the application and the special permitting was for. But then they tell you you can have 14 bodies in these hot tubs. So it's obviously the expectation and even the invitation of the host that there will be parties and that there will be people far in excess of what is permitted. And unsurprisingly, that is exactly what has repeatedly happened. That, together with the issues of the duplex conversion, together with incomplete disclosures and allowing of lapsing of the permits, renewals for which were not filed until after enforcement action was taken, it all just shows a blatant disregard for the law and frankly for candor with this board. It's simply disingenuous to represent that you have cameras on the property at all times, but to not know the repeated parties and excess number of people. And my client's wife has witnessed from her home's window outdoor sex parties happening in the hot tubs in this backyard. If there are exterior cameras, then it's wild to me that the hosts of the Airbnb don't know that this activity is going on. And it's only by luck that the couple's minor children hasn't had to witness those same happenings from his home. And so ultimately, this comes down to the failure as required in the code. In Chapter 59, Section 9250, it says, in addition to use standards listed below, all uses, and it's talking about special exception uses, shall also conform to other applicable standards before approval may be granted. And so where there has been a duplex built, where it's being advertised and rented to far more people than what's permitted, where one of the express conditions of this board's permission was that there would be no parties and quiet hours would exist, but there's so little enforcement and really advertisement to the contrary, there's very little in order to verify either past compliance or really any willingness for future compliance. And that's to say nothing of the actual homeowner experience. And I know that you hear a lot about that and have heard a lot about that today. And Dr. Tran wants to litigate that. In fact, I'm shocked by some of the defamatory and totally unverified allegations that he's published here today from third-party sources. That seems to me totally inappropriate. And this is not about the relationship between Mr. Jones and Dr. Tran or anybody else. This is about whether the property is being operated in compliance, and it simply is not.
Anything from the board?
I'm curious to know about the duplex situation.
Yeah, so we rent out rooms in the home. So we rent out, you can either rent the whole house or you can rent out 2 bedrooms inside the house. And then you have shared spaces like a shared kitchen, shared common areas. But you can rent out the whole house altogether or just some rooms in it, but you still have to maintain the total number of guests.
Are there 4 rooms total?
There's 4 rooms total. And I realize now, because this was just a renewal, so when you do the renewal, there's just a box you tick that says like nothing changed on the application. But when we went into the house the first time, when we put in the first application, I think in March is when we started it. We didn't actually get into the house until October to do the renovation. So we didn't realize how many bedrooms were in the home, and there's this loft area that was unfinished at the time. So we finished it out and we put 2 full beds in there, and then one room we have 2 twin beds, and then we have a king bed.
When was the renovation done?
The renovation was done early October, and we started renting it out late October.
So they could rent the whole house,
Yes,
which is 4 rooms and a loft.
correct. 3 rooms and a loft. The loft area is another bedroom. And additionally, I can just address additional complaints that they had in the letter regarding the lights. We installed dimmable lights into the house at their request. That was actually the first level of communication we had with them. We were constructing on the house in late September, early October. We were still doing construction on the house, and we installed lights. They didn't like the lights, so then we spent additional money to then change all of the exterior lights of the house to make them dimmable. So all the lights in the house have been dimmable since October when we finished the renovations.
And do you have any response in regards to the number of guests being marketed to
It's just the
versus
size, yeah, it's just the size of the hot tub. When we buy the hot tub, you have a 2-person, you have a 7-person, you have a 15-person hot tub. It's just to mark the size, because if I say I have a 800-gallon hot tub, no one's gonna know what that means. But if you say I have a 7-person hot tub, okay, that means me and my kids can get into the hot tub. You know, it's just for that reason.
So you're not marketing the house to 8 guests?
I'm marketing the house towards 8 guests.
And your original exception was for 8?
It was for I think it was for 6, but that was just an oversight, like I said, because we did it so early. We didn't start renovations until much later, and so I just forgot to go back and to check.
Is there anything else from the board?
Cars in the driveway?
There's 3 cars, yeah. I poured brand-new concrete just so I can keep, even though this is one of the things I brought up earlier, all of the neighbors, if you go to the last slide, which is 33, all of the homeowners along the whole street, they all park on the street, they all leave their cars on the street, and it creates a huge hazard. So we proactively poured to much expense of concrete in the front yard so we can accommodate 2 to 3 cars easily. So we have new concrete in the front, and as you can see, there's 1544, our neighbor, with their car that's always parked in the front of the street at all times. It's a public right-of-way, I understand. Just a remark, yes.
And I would, again, I know we had a screenshot from a particular angle. The video that I have of last Saturday at 4 a.m., there were 7 adults congregated, not in the driveway of the next house over, but in the driveway of the Airbnb outdoors at 4 in the morning, 5 days before he knew he was up for an application hearing. And if that's the level of enforcement and attention that we get leading up to this, I don't know what can possibly be expected after this is approved.
I also have all the videos with front camera angles posted there as well, so they can be viewed. Yeah, the slide number, if you want to.
Were the police called on that incident?
There were police called.
I believe they were, yes.
And it's also, I put where the police were called in there as well. There's, if you click on those links, you can go to the video. The police were called. The guests came out. They were in their pajamas, and they said, "I don't know why they called." It was the neighbor that had the loud music that woke up, and the cop said, "I understand this is an Airbnb. It has that kind of stigma against it." I think they used the word stigma. And then they said, "Have a good night," and left. And that's also, you can see it in the video as well.
When did you purchase the home?
I purchased the home, that would be November the year before? February of that year, of
22?
Of 2023.
February of 23, and it was 3 bedrooms at the time you purchased it?
No, I didn't go, I only went into the front little corridor of the home. There was a lot of stuff in the home, so I couldn't access the whole home. So I thought that there was only the 1, 2, 3 bedrooms in the house, but then we noticed that there's a loft upstairs as well. Once we got into the house, cleared out all the belongings that were inside, and then started renovation.
So do you guys have video of the same occurrence?
I believe we're referencing the same event, yes, which was June 15th.
I believe so. This video is going to be taken from, my client's person. I believe the video that you would have is probably from your exterior garage camera at a fixed angle.
I have a front door and the
I'm not
the
getting
garage
him
door.
more than what he had originally.
Part of the repeat narrative that feels like is coming up, both as to this docket item and the several proceeding, is if neighbors complain, if they call the police or anyone else, then they are difficult neighbors, they are biased neighbors, they are challenging personalities. And if nobody says anything, then nobody has a problem with us. And so it's a very rock and a hard place situation for these homeowners to be, especially where they are trying to work things out without escalating every little event, but every little event adds up when your middle schooler can't sleep through the night.
I understand, but we've also had supporters here. We've had neighbors that have reached out, that we didn't reach out to, that reached out to us in support as well. And I understand their concerns, which is why they have our contact information, but they're the ones that said, do not contact us anymore. But they're the ones that reached out to me. So I'm trying to be the good neighbor. I'm trying to give my contact. I try to meet, if I can meet them when I'm there, I try to meet them. But there's only so much I can do regarding the neighbors as well. And, when you are managing, quite a few, you have quite a few neighbors, but most of the neighbors are actually fine. We've had a few in support. We give out the letters to all of them. There's only about 3 or 4 of these where there's neighbors actually materially complaining about even grievances. So in general, we have almost all of our homes have hot tubs at them. Most of them are not an issue at all, and it's just a few of them where the neighbors, anytime one little thing happens, they call the cops. If they just complain to us, we can handle it, but when you call the dispatch, they send someone out regardless if there's any merits at all.
I think that the frustrating part is if they call you and it happens over and over and over again, I think that their only recourse is to call the cops, right? Unfortunately, but the way to document these things are calling the Action Center, and that's the only he said, she said, here's what happened, right?
Sure.
So without those calls, it's hard for us to get a history of what has actually been reported. I mean, I'm in a little bit of conundrum because I'm a little bit frustrated that it's been advertised as a duplex. If there's 2 sides with a common kitchen in the middle, that's not what was afforded a year ago in a 3-bedroom special exception. So, actions have consequences, and I'm trying to figure out where I kind of generally feel on this. Should we grant you a special exception? I think there's room for there, but I don't know under what conditions. I'm almost inclined to want to figure out with your renovation, are you still in compliance with the state and the permit that you've been granted for that home?
We can, if the board would like, so we just rented, because the way that the the way that the ordinance is set, it says property, so we got one for the property, and then we just said, okay, they can rent out these 2 rooms in this property, and they can rent out these 2 rooms in this property, but you have to share the common areas, the common facilities, the parking. We make sure all the guests, the number stays the same. But if the board would like it, we can remove the individual unit part of it and just keep it as a whole house listing if they would prefer that.
Well, and my client's understanding is that there are 2 separate kitchens in this property.
There's a kitchenette, like a wet bar kind of, and then there's the main kitchen.
There just seems to be a pattern of oversight and omission until we're called on it. And then, now I remember, and now here's the detail. And that starts with the number of bedrooms and the discovery of the loft, and whether there's 2 residences or 1, and whether there's 2 kitchens or 1.
Yeah, I'll admit, I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I tried to pull up the property. It's showing us 2 bedrooms is what we've got as far as our records. But the property has 1 address, correct?
It's 1 address, correct.
Does it have 1 entrance to the property, or are there 2 separate entrances?
It has 1 entrance, to the 1 entrance, 1 egress, but yes,
Yeah.
1 entrance.
But there's not 2, we're
Correct.
not maintaining 2 separate entrances like would be the case in a traditional duplex?
Correct.
Okay, so, and at the time that you submitted your application for the first special exception, you submitted that application as a 3-bedroom.
Yes, I did, because like I said, that was early on when we just purchased the home and we figured out we want to do, short-term rental there. I put in for 3-bedroom because that's what I saw when I walked inside, but then we noticed that there's the loft that was, at the time, had a bunch of junk and stuff and we didn't see it, but now we see the bedroom up there.
You had an application for three bedrooms, maximum of 6 guests, and you had 7 on video in the driveway 10 days ago.
Mm-hmm. But like I said, on that video, there was, an unrelated car that went by and parked at the neighbor's house. At 4012 North McKinley. And only 6 guests stayed inside of my home that night.
You want to say something? Behind you.
Yeah.
Again, and this is just a side note, no one here is
Name.
an architect. Oh, Holly Hunt, Sam Gresham Architects, 400 Northwest 23rd. But them putting the word duplex in a home share in a marketing pitch doesn't qualify them as, through the city, calling it a duplex. Remember, this is a home share. They're just offering the ability for 2 separate parties to maintain residence at this place at one time. That's a feature of their home share. Again, I don't know these people at all, but we do this all the time, and R1 in a home share can have multiple parties at a place at one time. Furthermore, there's no rule against having guests, period. And I just see the prejudice toward home shares that's being exerted against these people just because they're not, quote, living in the neighborhood. So then they're just revoking every community that is ever, this is, to me, just not common sense. These are things that we can work through, and this is, again, a very normal aspect of a growing city, especially in a metropolitan area. If you want to hear birds at night from 10 p.m. on, move to the suburbs. Thank you.
I think from my point on that is that our purview is to try to create a situation that is harmonious within the neighborhood according to the ordinance. So that's what we're trying to do. I'm not trying to stop you from doing a business. You can see that we've approved a lot of home shares today. It's just that we're trying to be...
Understood.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, just the comment just made, like I don't believe any of my colleagues do weight any of the arguments about somebody not living in the neighborhood. You hear that argument a lot, but that doesn't move the needle into, like, there's no statutory precedence for it. There's no ordinance against it. There's not a requirement to live in an area where you want to operate an Airbnb. I think for us, we're trying to determine whether or not these are being managed in a way that doesn't disrupt that harmony that was just mentioned. And this one's tough. There's some strong allegations that are made in the protest. There are some discrepancies in the application versus information that's coming out here. as of a little while ago, we didn't want to continue it. I'm curious to know where you guys are at, given everything that we have in front of us.
It's actually where I was kind of thinking, is like, do we continue this to a date to where we can give the, I've heard enough that I feel like I'm wondering what the Joneses would provide in person, but then again, are they going to provide anything that we haven't heard thus far? I appreciate the arguments that have been made on their behalf, so I'm curious to, I'm not sure if that's, again, I want to use some of their testimony and what they've encountered to kind of tailor this application. I'm not sure that it's going to move the needle, such as the one where we had someone shot in the Airbnb, right? That had a huge effect. But I am, with the inconsistencies in the application, wondering, I don't know if there's enough there to maybe continue it to a later point, but what would we ask for as far as an amendment or clarification? And that's where, without knowing, kind of having a game plan so that we can give the applicant that information. I don't want to be here in a month and a half rehashing the same testimony and evidence.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Only thing I can think of is just clarification on bedrooms and the actual status, and I don't know if that's something that staff can, I don't know how we do that, because to my knowledge, there's no visual inspection after a home has received a certificate of occupancy outside of a new permit being requested, which would then trigger new inspections. And
Right.
And what we heard today was that which I guess that's a question for the applicant. Was there a permit did you guys apply for a permit when you did the remodel?
There was no need for a permit. We didn't do like restructure changes or anything like that to the home.
Yeah, so if there was no work being done that would have reached the threshold of requiring a permit, to my knowledge, there's no other opportunity for inspection to determine the actual number of bedrooms.
Yeah, you mentioned that you looked up and it was 2 bedrooms?
The county records shows it as 2 bedrooms. That's why I was curious as to maybe somebody had purchased it and converted it before, because as far as what we can access publicly, it's just what the county has and what the city has. And we don't have any record that it was ever a 3-bedroom, let alone a 4-bedroom.
And I guess I'm a little unclear as to whether the loft space was finished out after the purchase, whether the kitchenette was added after the purchase, both without permitting.
Do you want to address that?
Yeah, so there was, like I said, the wet bar. So there's a sink there. It's a wet bar. There's no stove or anything on that side. We have one full kitchen. And then the loft, we still have the original hardwood floors up there, but it just had no sheetrock, and we couldn't see because there's so much personal belongings that were up that whole entire staircase all the way up there. So when we cleared it out, we realized it can be a bedroom because it's large enough.
So if there were no, and just from my knowledge, I'm not saying this is 100%, but if there were no changes to the structure of the framing, then that wouldn't have triggered it. Now, the wet bar, if you were adding plumbing, there would have been a requirement for a plumbing inspection and a plumbing permit. That might, if that wasn't already existing, then that would have triggered it.
You can pull plumbing inspections without a building permit.
I'm not sure, plumbing inspection.
Holly, for the record, please identify yourself again.
Holly Hunt, Sam Gresham
Thank you.
Architects at 400 Northwest 23rd Street. This is a common occurrence. The threshold for a building permit is if you move walls, you do an addition, or you change the configuration of the interior layout. So if that wasn't done, it was an interior remodel, there wouldn't be no requirement for a building permit. However, say new electric needs to be done, or the cast iron piping is no longer good. Plumbers and electricians can pull their own permits at that address.
Yes, that's correct. There wouldn't need to be a building permit, but there would be a corresponding trade permit, whether it's mechanical, electrical, or plumbing. So in this instance, it would be a plumbing permit that would have been required. My whole point is about access to the property, and if there's an inspection, then the inspector would obviously need to gain access to the property. So for me, that's where I'm just kind of gray, is what the actual configuration of the property is. That's really it.
I do have a concern. I mean, if the tax assessor shows 2, and we're hearing that's 3 with a loft, I mean, we're back to the situation that we just got done earlier that says we only approved it for this much.
And which, what we did previously is we did a contingent upon for the area that was in question. I mean, yeah.
I mean, in that case, we at least had 1 dwelling.
Yeah.
Right, whereas this one, it is the whole dwelling. And it's almost like we've got 2 rooms documented with the assessor. We can approve 2 rooms, 4 people, but I'm not sure that you would want that. So do we just defer it to kind of get some clarification, see if some permits need to be acquired, and then hear this again?
So to that point, I believe the city does have, they have an option, and I'm drawing a blank on the term, but you can request from the city an inspection, have someone come out and inspect, and we see this in situations where there's questions over whether or not a permit is required, so they'll do this ahead of time. So I believe that you can reach out to the city and request for them to come to the property and do a check. And forgive me, I can't think of what the name of the process is, but they'd be able to help you. If we did that, the city could come back with some information as far as what the actual configuration is, if it's 2 bedrooms or if it's 3 bedrooms.
Okay. I mean, I'm good with continuing to get some additional information. It would allow the people in opposition to possibly be present at that point, which I'm interested to see if they can provide any new information.
And the other part of that is that the protester could file with City Action Center to see if the property meets the current zoning.
Yeah.
And then if it does and it's all said and done.
At least that way we'll have all of the information. The protester can add anything that we haven't reviewed. And yeah, I think that would, and I think it's a status check. I'm not sure. You might ask what that.
A status change?
A status check.
Oh,
I think that's
okay.
what it's called, but I'm not positive.
Sorry, Board Member Noble, did you say the City Action Center to have the zoning
Yeah, I
verified?
believe you can file a case with City Action Center just to make sure the property is that meets current zoning standard.
Okay, thank you.
Which is basically what we had done to the Hilltop property.
I guess my question is, if we move it out, you've indicated the 18th is not a date that you can do.
Correct.
So we'd be looking at the 1st of August.
I believe I also cannot do that date. The 1st of August is, oh, sorry, that's July. Yeah, I can't do the 1st of August either.
Do the 15th?
Yes, I can do the 15th, but I thought we already voted to deny the continuance.
Denied their request.
Their request.
Now we're asking you to continue it.
Now we're making our own motion to continue.
Okay. Can we not vote on it either way today, based off of the evidence presented and?
We can, you might not like the result.
Okay.
And so that's what we're saying. And on the 15th, I believe there'll be another member here also.
Yeah.
And we'll have more information, is all I could say.
But you have the right. I mean,
Yeah, if you want us to vote today.
We can't force you.
Yeah.
Yes, can we proceed with the vote today?
I feel like there's enough uncertainty that if you get denied, you'll have to reapply and go through that process. So you would have a new application fee. So that's the benefit of continuing versus getting a vote today and possibly getting denied.
You have to say your name.
Yeah, this is Santran, and I'm the owner of the properties together with my husband. We've been working so hard to get all these properties done, and we are, like they said, that we have a lot of properties, but they don't know our financial situation, so they cannot put us in a hardship that we have to postpone the case and we have to wait for 2 more weeks or 2 more months or 3 more months, we will be in like financial situation difficulty. I would like to have it decided today. So whether we can continue it or we have to change our strategy to make money from somewhere else, but that is how we operate. This is the only job we have. We work all the time in real estate, and we don't have any other job. This is our main stream of income. And I, as a main applicant, I would like to know that we pay for this, we pay for the application, we pay for the house, we put all the money in the house. I have 20 years of experience in my in the airlines, in the consultation for the airlines and all that, and I moved to Oklahoma City 4 years ago, and I put all my 20 years of saving into the city. I put all my private money into building up the houses. So the decision should not affect by just a neighbor who are mean and racist to us. We have the neighbor on the west side, on the east side, but the one on the east side is very comfortable with us, and we don't have any problem. Only the only person on this neighborhood is that person, and he's very mean and racist to me. The first moment I arrived there, and he just gave me a mean look, and he said, "I want to buy your house. I want to buy your backyard." And I said, "No, I just moved in. I don't want to sell anything." So why would we get affected by just someone who is mean and entitled for that? You know, they want a privilege. They want to own that neighborhood. They want to own my own home. So it's really unfair for me to have to wait for 2 more months because he's traveling and he can't attend it here. We have 2 months in advance to tell everybody, 200 people around the neighborhood, to attend this meeting. If you have any protest, you should be here. If it's really disturbing you, you should be here. I changed my travel because I be here to present to the board so that I can be approved or denied. So your decision is really affecting me, and I would like to have a consideration on that.
Okay, just so you know, they made a motion to continue. We denied that motion. We're making our own motion. This has nothing to do with them. We're making it our own because I don't feel like we have all the information that we need to approve this application.
Yeah, but
and so I just wanted, you said that it was them, that it's one person. It's not them. Us as a board would like additional information. That's why we're looking to continue it. And we've given you guys, we're trying to work with you. You can't do the 18th, you can't do the 1st, right? So that's why we're having to go to the 15th of August. This has nothing to do with the people protesting. This has to do with trying to find a time that's agreeable between you guys and the board for this to come back within us, within our purview once again. So the earliest we can do is July 18th, but you can't do that. Now, if you want us to vote on it, I will make a motion to vote on it, but you may not like that result.
No, we can't change the travel.
We're trying to help you by not having to reapply for the same.
We have provided all the information like anybody else to this application. I don't think moving it 2 months away or a month away from now will change the fact of the home running as an Airbnb.
What it might change is the number of guests we allow, the quiet hours that we would allow, the number of cars we would allow, and the time for the extension or the exception.
So for those kind of things, would it be similar to the previous cases where we adjusted the quiet hours from 10 to 8 to 9 to 9 or something like that, and then keep the guests to the 6 that were on the application previously? Are those the kind of changes being proposed?
I would actually ask you to reduce the number of guests.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep the property, still have a special exception, but at least make it more harmonious to the neighbor.
The assessor's website shows 2 bedrooms. I can go off of that information, right? So I can say we can consider 2 and approve it for 4 people. I'm not sure that that's what you're looking for to get approved.
So the information on the tax assessor is wrong. So if you base on the information on tax assessor, nobody goes into the house, nobody knows the condition inside, nobody knows the configuration of the house. So if you base on that and you make decision for 4, that is incorrect.
Right, and that's why we said if we extended this and deferred it for,
Yeah.
until you could get it, we could get that.
Once you get inspection of the house, to then you can have 3-bedroom based on inspection.
Because right now, there's a question.
So which one do you want to change, the first, or do you want to go to the 18th? You said the 18th was the...
15th, the 15th of August.
15th of August.
So we're available on that one, but what would you like?
So what would you recommend, because we have the notice of violation, because that's why we are here to apply for this permit. Does code violation give us extra time to get back to you?
No,
No.
that's what we're
Yeah.
trying to resolve earlier, whether or not there's a stay on code violations. So essentially, you would have to cease operations until you got your approval.
So that's a lot of issues.
I don't know.
I just want to make sure that I'm on the right track here. We could vote on 2. I think I could get behind two rooms and 4 people. That, you may not like that. You know, as business people, I'm not sure you want to operate a 4-bedroom room as an Airbnb and only renting out 2 at a time.
With the new ordinance of Airbnb, they propose that 2 per room plus 2.
I don't think that ordinance is two rooms plus 2. They don't give a formula as to the number of guests.
And that ordinance hasn't been approved yet, and but that's where it's going, or what they're looking for. But again, we would have to, it's our purview to make those adjustments.
So probably we still need to be inexistent in the listing because we already have guests and we can't stop them. So we would go ahead with the 4 guests, but we have to resubmit an application for 8 guests until after the inspection is done. So we can still be on the market. So would you be okay with that?
Can we do a contingent approval based on a code inspection submitted to staff to verify?
I'd still be, the maximum I could get is 6. I don't,
And on the stays that are currently pending, are those stays, would they be under the new limit, or would they already be over it? If you have stays, do you have stays for people that are already booked at 8?
We have, I don't know about 8, but we have some, I definitely know we have some that are 6 currently. I don't know beyond that, but most of the stays are around like 4 to 5 people that come.
And I understand their concern about that, but those were bookings that were made when they were operating unlawfully. And so to the extent there is some cost there, I do think it's theirs to eat.
No, and I'm mindful of that. Like that's unfortunately, that's not a consideration that we have to make. It's unfortunate as a business owner. You know, I've got rentals myself, and if I've got something that's unoccupied, I've got one rental where I've got a room unoccupied for a month. That's the risk that we take, right, in owning a business and owning a rental or operating something as a short-term rental. So I don't know if we can do a conditional approval.
It wouldn't
The
make a
fact that
difference
it's
if occupants are over the number anyways. Because if I understand correctly earlier from council, it doesn't, like, we don't have any ability to give, is there any way that we can postpone a decision that would allow them to continue to operate legally?
No.
Postpone the decision, you
Well,
mean?
whether a continuance or whether we wait to get information back on the bedroom count?
Probably the closest I can think of is what your chair suggested. If you approved it contingent upon a city inspection to confirm the number of guests that the property could hold. If it's a 2-bedroom and there's adequate space for 2 people in each bedroom, then that would be 4. If there's a couch, then that could be another. It would be based on that report, and it would be contingent based on that, but you would still need to see it again in the sense that the approval would be contingent. If code enforcement and whatever branch of the city was able to go and look at the property, went to see it and determined based on the number of rooms that there was a certain number and it met the number that you approved, then that information would be given to planning and they could authorize the release of the special exception. If when they went to the place, there was one room, let's say, and it appeared that there could only be lodging for 2 people, then they could not be approved for the number that you suggested based on the representation that there were 4 rooms or 6 rooms or whatever number.
I don't want to get into the habit of getting things contingent, right?
That's what I was stating
For
earlier.
me, the one earlier was different from the standpoint that we have 2 different units. This is one unit, so I'm not liking the idea of making 2 rooms contingent. I'm more of the opinion to continue.
That's
With the
fine. We
continuance,
need
you
to
can
do that.
bring additional information too. You could bring the other 2 neighbors, the back neighbor, the side neighbor, across the street neighbor, that would show something different also. Again, I just think we need more information.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a motion to continue to August 15th. Unless,
Is that a motion?
so moved.
Do they get
Do we have a second?
the weigh in on that? I've never.
So I guess the question for council is, does the applicant have a say on whether or not they wish to go ahead and get a vote, or
Sure.
are they?
It's their application, so if they want to have a decision today based on the information you now have, you can make a decision.
Okay, so I guess you guys will make the decision. Do you want us to vote, or do you want us to continue it until August 15th?
In either case, so if you vote us today and you deny us, we still have to shut down the Airbnb.
Yes.
If you vote
Yep.
continue.
Would step
we
just a
still-
little bit closer to the
Yeah,
mic.
if you
please.
vote us today and it's denied, then we have to shut down the Airbnb. And if you vote continue, for the next 2 months, we still have to shut it down.
Yes, your
So
application
we have
fees.
no other way to get out of this.
So, again, I'm not sure what the application fee is, but you won't have to pay that application fee if you get the nod and you decide to come back.
And like I said, with the condition that you say you see 4 rooms, so we can just reduce the listing to four guests. No, sorry, 2 rooms, so we can reduce the listing to 4 guests. And until we can have the inspection, we can submit
And
a
that's
new
just
one.
a suggestion from me, that might not even pass, so.
That
my
also,
suggestion-
we're trying not to get into a point where we're going to start passing a whole bunch of things, making them contingent, right? We want something that's clean. And I'm not telling you which way I'll vote, but if you want me to make a motion for a vote, I'm going to make a motion to deny.
To the 18th,
18 of
August, it's like 2 months.
So if it's continued, then what to do with these people that we already have the bookings?
We've had the
That's,
bookings for a month.
unfortunately, that's not a consideration that we can make, right? Like, the rule is you're supposed to have your special exception already in place. The fact that this expired previously, if you've had bookings between now and then, you've also been operating out of compliance at that point.
I would like to have it voted today because there's still a chance that you can vote for 2 rooms and 4 guests. And I request that.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to deny case number 15670.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. You're denied. All right. I got a question for Sarah. Do we have a request to take an item out of order?
We do have one applicant at the end of the docket that we wondered if we could bump her up a little bit. The second part of the party is not here.
I wonder if we can take a recess for 5 minutes. Or less.
Okay.
Recess, that's fine.
Thank you guys for your time and attention.
Oh, I thought you had to leave the whole.
I've got to get my dog.
interview spot?
Yes. You probably know her, Emily K. Mitchelson. She was a municipal judge for a while.
I've heard of her. I don't think I know her. She'll be good. Is she a lawyer?
She used to be a municipal judge.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, she is an attorney? Go.
Buttons.
You said we're going to listen to, there was
Yeah,
a request to listen to number 23.
Yeah, I want to take one out of order. Let's call number 23, please.
Okay. Item number 23, case number 15596 is an appeal of Benjamin D. Cowley from the administrative decision of the Historic Preservation Commission located at 700 Northwest 40th Street. The applicant is not here. Holly Hunt represents the neighbor next door, and she's here to speak.
Holly Hunt, 400 Northwest 23rd Street. I represent my client, Corinne Greenfeld. Followed all the proper procedures in place. She contacted an architect to do a second-story addition. She was approved at the commission at the first meeting, which I was representative of. We moved forward with construction upon realizing that chimney there that you can see in this picture, that brick chimney, which is a historic chimney, which is part of the guidelines we must obtain and maintain in the construction. As a result of that, as you can see, we had to shift that window that was already a part of the approval, the first approval. We had to shift that window 20 inches, literally 20 inches. And at that time, the neighbors complained that their privacy had been invaded. At our meeting here with the board, and I don't know that all members were present at that meeting, so I'll just really quickly bridge you. The real concern of the neighbors is that they felt like someone would be peering out this window 20 inches closer to their backyard and viewing them in their backyard sunbathing naked or something like that. So the board suggested we go back to the commission to talk about various different topics we had talked about at this commission or at this board, such as obscuring the window, doing some kind of frosted glass, or why wouldn't we just plan to use window treatments, which is the primary custom of this whole neighborhood, given that all these homes are about 15 feet apart or less, each one of them, throughout the whole historic district. So we went back to the commission. The commissions agreed and upheld their decision, stating that, one, privacy is not part of the HPC guidelines purview, and second of all, that any kind of obscured glass would absolutely be prohibited by the guidelines, which we all, clear glass is the only allowed glass for any type of historic window in this district. Again, to me, the failure of the applicants to show up just shows that they knew this was kind of a shot in the dark. I've thought from the beginning this was petty, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. I hope we can put this to bed today so that my client doesn't have to deal with any more aggression.
We're still in the same procedure we were before. It's an appeal of the administrative approval of moving a window.
Right.
20 inches.
And yet the case was heard by the whole body of
Yes.
the HP Commission.
At the last
So
commission, June 4th.
are we affirming the HP Commission's decision, or are we denying the appeal on the administrative approval, since that's what it says.
That's the part, I was looking at that because the full body did hear it.
Yeah.
So I don't know why it says,
The
The
application
full
did.
body did hear it, just at the last month's meeting.
yes.
Okay, so this,
I
so
don't know
me,
why it says administrative decision.
I'm looking at the applicant is appealing the admin decision allowing the window placement approved at at the residence itself. So if it's being appealed, and so Benjamin Cowley is in opposition, correct?
Correct.
So we are going to deny his appeal and affirm the administrative decision? Is that appropriate?
That's where I am. It's a harsh result, but I think HP did it right, and I think whoever made the administrative approval did it right, and that's our limited appeal.
Okay.
That's
So-
exactly it.
I
All
don't-
right,
I don't
so-
like the result, but I think it was done right.
Okay, so as to case number 15596, I make a motion to deny Mr. Cowley's appeal and affirm the administrative decision that's in place.
Second.
Is that appropriate? Okay, just make sure I did it
Motion and
correctly.
a second, cast your vote. If you vote yay, you're voting to deny the appeal and uphold
The admin.
city's decision. Yes. There we go.
Thank you so much, board members.
Okay, ready for 19?
Item number 19, case number 15671, a renewal application of Sautran B home sharing at 1512 Northeast 12th Street.
So I hope this, Nick Tran for 1512 Northeast 12, I hope this is an easy one. I mean, I know the neighbors on front, there's no neighbors at the back. I know the neighbors on both sides across the street. They're very friendly. We cut the neighbors' grass. Everyone's just very friendly there. We have a hot tub here as well, but no issues, so, don't know what to say about that. Yeah.
I guess my only question is cars. How many cars can we fit?
We can fit 3 cars in the driveway, parked back to back.
And it's a 3-bedroom?
It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom.
All right, I'm ready to make a motion.
Because I don't think there's anybody here.
I don't think
that
there's anyone
wants-
left.
Left.
Ready for a motion?
All right, because again, once again, the initial application expired. This is going to be for a term of 1 year, but we're going to motion to approve